Yeah, just over. I came in January, so here.
I would recommend to waiting. Recording has started. I can't hear. Yes.
All right, welcome to the February 25th, 2025 regular council meeting. I will call the meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. Like to welcome council back to another council meeting, people attending online, and we have our delegation here. We're well protected this morning. We got 3 RCMP and council chambers here, so we're good from that perspective. And welcome Janet from the leader. Just a reminder that the meeting is being recorded and it's also being live streamed this morning, so bear that in mind. Okay, we'll move on to item number 2 of the agenda. Councillor Naka, any additions?
Nothing for me.
Deputy Reed?
No, nothing for me.
Councillor Wick?
Yeah, just one, intersection 191 and township 534.
We'll put that as 7-7.
Yeah.
Councillor Waiters?
Yeah, drug testing policy we got. And policy on strike rate. Three strikes and they're not allowed in the building, whatever you call that policy.
Talking about cease communication.
Yeah.
Anything else? So. The idle committee, administration.
We have one attachment for committee reports, which is the copy of the council summary.
Is that from the coffee house?
Sorry, yes, from the copy.
Okay. Okay, no further addition to the agenda. I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
Yeah, I move the Lamont County Council adopt the February 25th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as amended.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried 5-0. And adoption of the minutes. Council's had an opportunity to read through the minutes. Any errors or omissions noted? If not, I will entertain a motion to accept the minutes as presented.
I move that the Lamont, that includes the adoption of the February 11, 2025 regular council minutes be adopted as presented.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, we don't have any public hearings scheduled, so we'll move on to item number 5, which is our delegation from the RCMP. After you each want to present your reports individually. And it's up to you who's gonna be first up here.
I'll take.
You'll take care. All right.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me here today. I do have the globalization stats that you guys request biannually, I guess, for all 3 attachments put together, and then I'll speak to stats specific to the individual attachment. Actually, sorry, I'll start out with the individual attachments and our APPR and performance plan as to our issues that we have this year. So, the individual attachments on track to meet most of its annual goals. We're talking about crime reduction, property crime, and drug trafficking. At the end of the 3rd quarter, our attachments on track of completing 504 offender management checks. We're attaching to being seeing the benefits of the initiative by laying additional charge up to prolific offenders through our holding them accountable conditions. So essentially what that means in our APP is we like to track our prolific offenders and make sure that we stand our thumb. So anybody in our area that's on conditions of either peace or curfew or anything else like that, my expectation is that my guys are checking those people quite often. So we've got 504 checks on these people to make sure that they're abiding by their conditions. And as a result, we've laid quite a few charges of the purchase. As we know, these small percentage of people are doing a large percentage of the crime. So we have to focus on those people. Don't want to pulse there. Impaired driving, distracted driving. In the 3rd quarter, Maryland attachment issued 140 violation tickets. We did 6 check-offs, resulting in 67 alcohol screening demands. We're well ahead of our target this year of 672 violation tickets. So that's hats off to my guys for that. That's pretty good. We're gonna end the year, I think, well over 672. Our goal for the annual plan. Community policing, community relations. We're a little bit low this year, or sorry, on the 3rd quarter. We're still meeting with the schools, doing a lot of proactive stuff in the schools, a lot of community events. We're not exactly where I wanted to be this time of year, but we have been focusing a lot on the property crime stuff and tracking the different offenders. So a lot of our proactive policing is our resources are going to that. As far as resources go, we are topped right off with resources right now. We're full, with the exception of one local position for the province, which I do have somebody acting in that position. So that was posted and closed 2 weeks ago. So I haven't heard anybody's applied yet for it. And we got 1 member due to transfer out here in April or May. So hopefully we get a replacement for that local before we have another constant transfer out. ME staff, we only have one provincial, PS, employee who is retiring in March. So we are running, interviews right now to replace that position as well. So. Vegreville stats, again, bear with me on these stats. They change dramatically when we look at Vegreville compared to global stats. Of course, keep in mind, Vegreville has a very small percentage of the Lamont County that we police, so stats are the provincial stats for our entire area. So again, it's just a small percentage of Lamont that falls into that. So I think the big focus here, as everybody knows, you know, is the property crime. It's not great, we know that. Again, I can't stress enough that a very small percentage of the bad guys are doing a very, very large percentage of the crime. So we're continuing to target that. We have some joint force operations in place right now. We're working on some operations out in Lamont County on this end of the world. And we're collaborating with the Two Hills Detachment and the Force Saskatchewan Detachment to throw some resources out this way. In the next 3 or 4 weeks, we got a couple operational plans scheduled to come up here, see if we can do what property crime. So as a whole, the Vegreville detachment is down 30% on property crime. But again, keep in mind when we talk about these stats, this is specific to a very small portion of Lamont County for Vegreville. We're down about 53% on persons crimes. Now, we talk about these stats but when we put actual numbers behind it, it's not much. I mean, when we were dealing with Lamont County, we had 7 persons crimes in 2024 and 6 in 2023. So we increased one number when we're dealing with small numbers like that, and the percentage looks astronomically big, but it's really a lot. It's quite small numbers on that scale. Again, property crimes down 30%. The one thing I would highlight for Lamont County here, again, we're dealing with small numbers, but 75% increase in flying breaches. And that is specific to that work that we're doing, trying to do our prolific offender management, where we're really on top of people. So when we increase 75% charges laid for breaches, that's proactive policing. That's, for the most part, that's how, you know, monitoring these prolific offenders, so holding accountable. Nothing crazy to speak of for as far as municipal stuff and MBTs. It says we're down 75%, but we're looking for work on. So again, we're playing with small numbers here.
This is a try to find that page. It's page 43 and 44 of your agenda.
So if we move over to the global stats here for the entire Lamont County, with that's the 3 detachment stats all put together.
That's page 14.
Sorry,
That's on page 14.
Okay, thanks.
moving too fast here.
No,
We're good.
Okay, you know, persons crime, you know, we're up, average call or average per year 9.2%. Or 9.2 call for service, which results in an increase of 37% persons crime. Well, you know, when we talk about numbers of 172 to 235, if you have 2 or 3 people living in the county that are prolific callers for you know, domestic violence or stuff like that, those numbers peaks really fast. So although that number at 37% looks staggering, it's I don't think, in my opinion, it's not something that we need to you know, sound the alarm bells. We're looking at property crime here. So 5-year average, we're up 39 39% over 5-year average, 18% for this year, 587 to 691. That's a significant increase. We're well aware of that increase. We are doing what we can to combat that. Like I said, we do have some plans in place to throw some resources here coming up very shortly. We're in the works right now doing that. We have some bait equipment that we're putting out and stuff like that in the county. So hopefully we you know, it's funny because every time we do a project and we arrest 2 people, they're well known to us. The last person we arrested just outside of Lamont County here, which is a semi-pursuit. That individual had 86 previous convictions for property crimes and racked up a bunch more that day. So he was actually out of jail for 26 days before we caught him. He's going back. So again, we're doing the same people over again. It's super frustrating. Until we start getting some accountability on the justice side of the house, I don't see that number changing. We can do the same thing over and over again, but you know, expecting different results at this point is the definition of something. So Yeah, other than that, that's all I have. I know that 59% is a large number, and I just want, everybody in this room to know that we understand that we are putting some resources towards, the combat on that. Collectively, all three departments are involved with that.
Thank you very much. Any questions, council?
One staff here on page
14.
Arson is a 22, we had 4 counts, and 24, we had 8 counts. That was a lot.
So are you looking at the global stats, so page 14?
Yeah.
Yeah, from 4 to 8. So where that plays in, like, again, shows 100% increase. We're dealing with 4 to 8. So a lot of that stuff right now is also related to property crime. So every time we're seeing these stolen vehicles, they're burnt, right? People take them out, they burn them. It reflects the arson stats. So,
So that would be classified as an arson.
yeah, that's where we're seeing the increase in that number. I don't think we have a prolific arsonists running around burning down houses or anything. It's, you know, a lot of these abandoned vehicles that we're finding after they've been stolen from other areas dumped in this area, they're burnt, right? So that automatically gets scored on our system as an arson.
And are you currently the only detachment that's tracking or following up with offenders in regards to their actions after they've been charged?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if we're talking about the annual performance plan that we generated for the Bengal detachment, those performance plans, although they're specific to each detachment, we're seeing right now the trend is everybody's focusing on that because of the issue at hand. So that's a dynamic working document, I think, for lack of better terms. So halfway through the year, we can set our initiatives in April, beginning of the year, April/May. All of a sudden, we see if property crime is not part of our annual performance plan and we're not putting some resources to it, and all of a sudden we see that number shoot up. Detachment commanders have the ability to adapt that working plan halfway through the year or whatever at any point to combat the issues that they're seeing. So I can't speak for my friends, but I would almost bet you that their annual performance plan is focused on may not be the same initiatives, they might not be taking the same action to combat it, but I can guarantee it's probably on their radar as well.
So is there a utilization of ankle tracking bracelets then, or you just know who the offenders are?
We know them very well. We spend more time with them than our own families usually, so.
Good way to put it.
Yeah.
All right.
We feed them more often, that's for sure.
Yeah, sure. Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions?
Hey, with this fraud, what is that more or less?
Sorry,
Fraud?
fraud?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's you know, crime of the future, really. I mean, with the online banking, online purchasing, credit card stuff, the frauds are always gonna be there. We try to get the education out as much as we can, especially the seniors, fall victim to fraud quite a bit. I don't know how many times I've seen seniors taken for, you know, $50,000-$100,000 on online frauds, right? They won the lottery, they gotta pay the taxes, stuff like that. So it's tough as police to do proactive stuff other than education to combat the fraud. Seems like no matter how much we get the word out there, we try to work with, you know, the assisted living houses and stuff to try and educate these seniors about fraudulent stuff online. It just seems like it's a constant battle. I don't see that fraud stuff going anywhere. It's not, and it's so hard to prove, and it's so hard to hold anybody accountable for that, in a sense that a lot of it's online, technology, you know, all these funds. The last one we tracked went to Fiji, and then you know, went overseas, Africa, all over the place. So these funds are essentially, you know, these people that are falling victim to fraud. You know, to get that money back is tough to do. Local frauds, we have a good sense of who's responsible, and we're able to solve a lot of those. But the online stuff is I don't think it's going anywhere. I think guys, we really gotta do our part to educate people as to what's safe and what's not when using, credit cards and stuff online and doing stuff like that, so. A lot of including myself, the older generation doesn't necessarily understand the logistics of how everything works online. You can't just put your credit card into any website and expect that they're safe to use and stuff, so. A lot of victims that way, but that's just an education thing. We gotta make sure everybody knows, in 30 years, these kids, the kids that grow up now that can understand the online stuff and what's safe and what's not. I think it'll get better over time, but right now, technology is moving so fast and to try to keep up as a non-older person in the community that's using their credit card or falling victim to these fraudulent stuff, it's tough to combat as the police. We just have to do a better job educating.
Okay, thanks.
So essentially to combat that, it's probably creating some public awareness and education, yes, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We try to put stuff out, as often as we can with the resources we have in the local media and stuff about, projects. Trends that we see over and over again, so.
Yeah, but, well, I think I know that they have a pretty significant workload, but maybe it's something that our FCSS group could, arrange a seminar or basically something to have RCP attend to provide information basically for seniors.
Yeah, we have units out of our headquarters and stuff that specialize in the fraud stuff, that we can have come as a resource to team up with FCSS to do these educational talks and stuff too, so. We can actually, we can definitely work with that on them. Yeah.
I usually get the phone calls that I've got a package from Amazon and send us X number of dollars and we'll send you your package.
Yeah.
So, or have any kind of a.
Yeah, or you can have a big one.
Hey, with gift cards.
Yeah. No, it's tough, it's crime of the future, right? So a lot of people make a lot of money off of it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know how you did it. You did it for us. Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are doing your job.
Just start off with an introduction. My name's Staff Sergeant Scott Landy. I'm just taking over from Inspector Barry LaRock. Barry, regrets he actually planned on coming today, but he started in Strathcona County as a superintendent there, so they've already pulled him in different directions. So I look forward to working with you folks in the future. I'm the interim commander from Fort Sask. And I think we'll be interacting with everybody in the near future. So every council does it a little differently. So I put together a quick little slideshow, especially with some of the changes. You're gonna have to bear with me because I don't have a clicker. So as we go through, we can switch them around. This is day 2 for me here at Fort Sask. So some of the history, I don't necessarily know, but I'm coming from Central Alberta District. I was a district advisor NCO with Fort Saskatchewan, so I do have a good awareness of the surrounding area. I've been with the district for 6 years, so I know the area quite well. So there's the front counter quickly. We're open 6 days a week with the exception of Sunday. The hours are up there. I won't go into a whole lot of details. But we do have the benefit of having our own dispatch. Unlike some of the other detachments, we're obviously a medium-sized detachment with OIC levels, so we have a fair bit more resources. That dispatch feeds up a fair bit of time, with the exception of 911 calls, that they can take the call and dispatch members right away, which does speed up, of course, the response even in the county, right? The next slide is our org chart. So just to touch on that, on our provincial side, 6 of our 8 provincial members are working. We have 41 members total, and 8 of those are provincial resources. 6 are working. 1 is on medical leave. 1 is a hard vacancy, which is the sergeant ops support NCO. So you see that on the yellow side. They're kind of tasked with a multi response there, including our plainclothes, our traffic, our crime reduction unit, and domestic violence. So that is in the midst of selection. Hopefully, we're just waiting for the paperwork to go through and we'll have somebody identified here pretty quickly. So I'd like to think in the next 3 months that we probably will have hopefully somebody in position. We just recently switched back to a 4-watch system. We had to go away from that a little bit for a period of time. We still have 24-hour coverage, which just was a different aspect of supervision. So come January, we're back to 4 watches, which have a supervisor attached to each watch. I think we can skip over this portion they put it in, but it just kind of breaks down the areas that we police. Yeah, clearly Fort Sask does police 90% of Lamont County, which you folks would be already aware of, including the town of Lamont, Bruder, Chipping, and Elk Island. Specific to Fort Saskatchewan, so this graph shows 2,851. That's Lamont County, and this is our provincial stats. We police 5% of Sturgeon County as well. So 2,138 of those are in Lamont County. It also includes self-generated files that members are out doing tickets, traffic interactions. So there's a variety of calls. 2,138 for the 2024. The next one is more specific. Obviously we don't like to see the red. As it was discussed, it doesn't take much when you're dealing with a small percentage of calls to affect, right? You see a 23% increase in persons crime. What we see here is our stats show an increase in domestic violence calls, criminal harassment, even the criminal harassment scoring affects kind of in line with the harassment. It's just ongoing, maybe child custody disputes and stuff like that. Property crime, yeah, it's something to be aware of. Again, kind of, your discussions with fraud. A lot of it is awareness campaigns, right? I don't live in Lamont County, but I live in Parkland County. I'm out in the country. It's things that just have to change. You have to lock up your vehicles, make sure your yard lights are working, and do some crime prevention through environmental design, just things that you can prevent, because it's a kind of opportunity. If your vehicle's running and it's 40 below and it's unlocked, your chances of it being taken are increased, right? A lot of these, though, in Lamont County are reflected to B&Es to abandoned properties and lease sites. So something to kind of be mindful of, but when you see an increase in break-in enters, it's not necessarily residential break-in enters that you would typically associate with. The next graph shows our progression, I guess, unfortunately, but the reason this is Fort Saskatchewan recently changed their scoring types. So and that's just within our data record system. If a mischief is kind of a catch-all score, if it's not utilized in previous years and you start utilizing a mischief, then you see that increase, and that's where you kind of see that jump on the red line there, about 500. So some files of interest, breaking out to business. This is kind of, I just wanted to highlight some stuff to show what the detachment's doing. I believe the next slide is really terrible policing priorities, but specific to this, so breaking out of business that occurred over the summer. The members were able to do several search warrants and locate the individual, which resulted in some charges, and the file still before the courts. Again, a robbery in Lamont, where several suspects were identified, and one was arrested and charged. So when you talk to the prolific offenders, I think I can't speak to every detachment. Brian, you previously being a district advisor, so I actually ran our district crime reduction unit. So we targeted the prolific offenders. We were in 20 those, and we used unconventional methods to target prolific offenders. I don't think there's a detachment in Alberta that doesn't have this as a priority. So when you look at the main people causing the most harm to the community, that's where you really try to drive the crime down. Unfortunately, when you're dealing with property crime, it doesn't see the same reports as a personal crime does. But this particular incident, a search of the truck produced 20 grams of meth and 5 fentanyl pills. So it's maybe not as prevalent as some media outlets are making it, but it is there, right? And you're seeing in the county. So it's nice to see that drug work coming off. Some good for proactive policing. And then the oil lease that the 2 individuals are charged around that county. Obviously, you see a lot of high-end cost damage when you're dealing with industry mischief or industry theft, right? It's costing your industry a lot of money, so it's one incident is good to see. Put somebody in jail for that. So those were our 24-25 policing priorities. We're in the midst of building our next policing priorities for the 25-26 cycle. We're going to be conducting some town halls and getting community feedback from that amongst yourselves. But for last year, as we're wrapping up core 3, the traffic, we had 215 traffic violations in Lamont County. Those are just RCMP, Fort Saskatchewan RCMP members, not even including our traffic units and our municipal enforcement, etc. 14 drivers were processed via immediate roadside suspensions. That's impaired driving. 14 were properly targeted and dealt with. Like 45 traffic collisions in the county. I don't have the data if it was like an injury MVC. I'm assuming those are just tolls. I don't know the count of injury MVCs. Or if it was, I don't believe there was any fatal, because I'm sure they would noted that. For community relations and police visibility, we're out there. I know Inspector Larock was very proactive in the community. There's a picture with them chasing down a cake in Billy Shan's days in Bruderheim. The members went out to the Halloween events in Chipman and Bruderheim. And one thing I look to work with as moving forward to the next year is the citizens of patrol and trying to build up that heartland citizens of patrol. I believe that was the initiatives are starting to come into place. So maybe working with them to develop some improvements in frequency of patrols. In regards to property crime, we specifically have 10 offender management files with our prolific offenders in Fort Saskatchewan attachment. Within that last quarter 3, we had 26 compliance checks. So that's specific for Sask. Certainly I can field any questions that you folks have.
So the
You mentioned
solar
that
host that we have is getting full. And
is fentanyl an issue?
when we look at some of the space that we can actually free up, we saw us taking exception, taking up a lot of space with their backups.
I think it's not.
So we're thinking of more.
I'm not sure what the guys are seeing more in theirs, but no, I like it. It's present, but it's not like it's a daily interaction for sure with our members.
Yeah, because I think looking at the 3 detachments, the statistics for drug enforcement are relatively low.
There's a few things you could go into drug enforcement. You need to have the intelligence, like that goes with it to support it, right? You can have a traffic stop where you're searching a vehicle on there, it's driving a vehicle, or if somebody's arrested in there in possession of it, then you can charge them with possession. But to truly go after the drug, you need it's truly a community approach. You need the intelligence to be able to build a package to proactively develop support and criminal intel to show trafficking, etc. So there are units that we have, including our district teams that do that. You need to have the people coming forward to share that intel with us. So that might be something that certainly needs to be worked with, and those that fall in line with our plain clothes members. A lot of our detachment guys do or interact with them better daily, but try to build that connection.
Have they developed a method to track impaired driving due to cannabis consumption?
Yeah, there is, like, we have the drug recognition program, so it's all tracked through our scoring. You're either classified impaired by alcohol or impaired by drug. It doesn't break it down into marijuana or any other drug, but we do track your impaired by alcohol or impaired by drug.
So it's the first indicator. Open the window and the smell.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to fall behind sometimes.
Great. Anybody else got any questions?
Thank you.
Well, good luck while you're interim commander here. Thank you very much. Is that going to become permanent, or is that still in the works?
To see what powers would be still in the works, but
I want to change chairs.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to.
I'll get in there.
Yeah, we'll have bigger chairs for you guys.
That's okay.
We organized.
I'm in.
You gotta go. There you go.
So I'm Corbin Chemicals, I'm from the Two Hills Detachment, I'm operations NCO there. Sergeant Henry, is away, he's our detachment commander. So I'm gonna stand in for him today, he would typically be here, but, I'm gonna stand in for him, see if he's away. The Two Hills Detachment, is very similar to the VAG, we have a fairly small portion of Lamont County, but, definitely have some ties to it and we have the same problems that they do with the property crime, those kinds of things. We are down, members right now. We do have one hard vacancy where, a recruit come in, we trained him. And then he didn't work out for his family and he went on to EPS. So we have another recruit coming in March, middle of March, which is good. So we'll fill that, but we have been down about 7 months without a member trying to fill that. We are also have one member ODS, which is off duty sick. So that has created some significant issues for our detachment. We expect that member that's off will be back very soon. We've also been down to 50% in our office staff due to ODS or off duty sick as well. So that has created some issues for our detachment for the 2024. But we are looking forward to a better year in 2025, and hopefully we can get these members back and working and trained up. One of the things we are looking at going forward, Sergeant Henry and I sat down and we looked at this, and we have made an application for 2 more members to our detachment. And we got that they are going to, it's a consideration. That I think would help us a lot. Like when you have 4 members and you lose 1, that's significant. You have 6 members and you lose 1, it doesn't mean as much. So that's one of the things we are looking going forward and trying to rectify that. So yeah. The property crime, like I said, it was up significantly globally. It looks like we are down for the year 3%. But over the last 2 years, we are up 7%. So it's definitely up, and it is definitely one of our biggest, recognized as one of our biggest draws on our detachment. And we are aware of it. Like Colin had mentioned from Baggerville, it's a very minor group of people committing most of these offenses. And I think the reason we are down is we have some significant prolific offenders in jail. And when these guys go to jail, these crimes drop off. When they come out of jail, they seem to increase again. And that goes on to what he mentioned with the annual performance plan of tracking these people when they're out and doing the curfew checks and stuff. We also do the same thing. We have a board, anybody that is in our area that we know that has curfew conditions or anything like that, we track them. We assign a member to that person. Doesn't mean that that has to be just that member, but they do their checks, and then we as supervisors make sure that they're doing their checks, and we encourage that. So that's what we are doing as a detachment. I don't have the exact stats of how many checks we've done, but that's how we work. We have the board, we have them on the board for everybody to see, but we have a specific member attached to that prolific offender, and they go out and they do checks, and it's tracking on our database. So as far as our performance plan, we also impaired driving is another one we do, and we are significantly up on our impaireds. If you look at roadside sanctions, we are up 83%. So we have had a really good year that way with our guys proactively going out and doing these kinds of things, and I think it's helping to counteract the injury. Yeah, persons crimes are up a little bit for us as well, but again, like Colin pointed out, when you're 6 and you're up 2, it makes the stats look like they're quite big, but I think that's due. We had a lot of domestics and stuff like that in the last year that brought those up, and we did a lot of charges that way. So I think that's what brought some of those stats up. So yeah, so I think we're on track there. I don't have any issues with that. The other thing I will mention, for some reason, Mental Health Act for us, it's up by 2%, but it is one of the larger numbers with 132 in the air. So it's a fairly large number, and we are seeing a lot more calls for mental health. And that has been a bit of draw and a drain on our resources going in, taking them to the hospital and stuff. We have a team that's called RPAC that comes out from district. They work with a nurse and, what we're doing is if we have prolific 2 or 3 times that we're dealing with the same person with mental health, we can call this people and they go with a nurse and a trained member that goes out and does a better assessment than maybe our frontline members do to try to get them the help they need so they don't continue to be a draw. And that's one of the things that we're looking to try to hopefully reduce that number or make that number for the detachment. So, like I said, I don't have much else for you for our detachment, pending any questions, concerns that you guys might have for me.
Question, Kevin?
The courts are failing, they're letting them out. Is that federal government or is that provincial? Looks after the, like, crime.
I would say it's our provincial government, that's where they go to our provincial courts, right? So I think that would be more provincially personally, yeah. It seems like we have to get them 3, 4, 5 times in before the courts, they seem to be held. We have one fella that we just put in, he's been in for almost 3 weeks, well, going on 4 weeks now. We haven't had a single break and enter, so that person has gone into jail now. I mean, is it a coincidence? I don't believe in coincidence. If I look at it's definitely, you know, that. So, but we had him in and out a bunch of times through the last year. And I think when we picked him up the last time, he had like 16 warrants from 4 different jurisdictions. So, he is in now. Hopefully that will remain. And yeah, hopefully we can keep doing, but again, targeting those prolific offenders, knowing when they get out and making sure we monitor that. One other thing I will mention is another kind of, lucky, we had a file where we had a rash of break-ins in the Lamont area, and it seemed like the bad guys were coming like back 2, 3 times. Well, one of them, they made a mistake and they stole some trail cams that the person had up. They stole them, and while I was on scene, they the trail cam pinged at a residence in Saddle Lake. So we wrote a search warrant. We went in and we found the suspect vehicle loaded with all the property in the back of it. The downside to that is on the cameras, the guys are wearing masks and gloves. And the truck was unoccupied when we found it, but we have some stuff. We had our forensics teams go through that truck with a fine tooth comb. We have DNA that we have sent to the lab. It's being analyzed. We're hopefully come back. We haven't had any arrests on that yet. However, we started targeting Chandro Bridge and, you know, Andrew and Northern up in that area with strategic patrols that night. And again, that has helped to counteract these guys. At least we're out there, we're visible, and the guys are doing it, you know, later at night when the guys are out, they're going home. They'll head that way home, or if they're out on a patrol, to make sure that they hit that bridge. And I think that and prolific offenders being away is why we're down on our breaking and entering property.
Is there anything that we can do different to help you guys to talk to the courts? Like, I mean, we go in and we talk with the RCMP when we're there. And like, we send a letter to the minister, but it kind of seems like it falls on deaf ears. And I mean, things is, I'll use myself as an example. One of your members called me. They found my truck and my trailer sitting in Willingdon at a house that I used to own. And the kid that got caught with it had my registration insurance in his pocket even, and they said there was not enough evidence.
Yeah, and I'm aware of your thought.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know what to tell you. Like, I know for possession of stolen property, things I got convictions for 5, 7 years ago. We're not getting convictions for today. They're saying if it's 3, 4 days that vehicle's been stolen, you can't, he wasn't knowingly in possession if he hasn't busted the ignition or the VIN's been tampered or anything like that. What to do? We are consulting with our crowns, finding out what we can do better, but we can only take the evidence we have, investigate it to the best of our abilities, put it before the courts. How would that, the answer to the courts, that's That's the $1 million question. I don't know that I have an answer for that, to be honest.
Back to mental health.
Yeah.
Is that urban or rural or is it a good mix?
It's a good mix. It doesn't matter. We've had both. Like we have the Two Hills attachment is a very, very large area. A lot of our stuff is happening in the rural, but it can happen right in town as well. I don't know that there's any correlation that way. I think there's just with the economy, with people, you know, having a harder time with making ends meet and that kind of thing, I think is deteriorated, turns into, you know, people down on their luck in homelessness and these kinds of things, and maybe substance abuse, and then falters into mental health.
Well, and I think you can take that a step further, and I think it's only gonna get worse going forward here because, farm receipts for last year are down significantly from where they were the year before. They're the same, so obviously there's some financial stress there. Our friends to the south aren't doing us any favor with the sort of imposing tariffs and stuff. And I think what this is all gonna do is it's gonna, quite honestly, if the tariffs come in, the standard of living for a lot of people is gonna become significantly lower, which causes stress and which causes probably an increase in crime and an increase in the mental illness. So I'm not sure that that's something that's good. The statute can increase going forward here if the tariffs come in.
No, all we can do is try to get the people to professionals to help them the best that we can. There's been some stuff put in place. It used to take a very long time. We used to, if we have somebody that we think is a danger to themselves, we can take them to the hospital under a Form 10. And we used to wait 3, 4, 5 hours at the hospital. They have now made that better. Our district went to the hospital in St. Paul where we have to go and said, this is unacceptable. And they've got it kind of got 30, 30, 30. It's 30 minutes in the waiting room, 30 minutes, and then 30 minutes out the door. So the most we should ever be there is maybe an hour and a half. And I've seen significant decreases in the time that we are there. He gets back out on the road and he gets back out doing what we can do and try to do. Yeah.
The other thing, when we visited with the commanding officer at the RMA back in November, one of the issues that was brought up, and I think this is something that's probably lacking, and you guys don't do any, well, I shouldn't say you don't do any, but there seems to be a lack of advertising as to the good things you do. And you don't see many stories in the Lamont Leader there, whereas I know the one with regarding the trail cams and stuff, I think that appeared in the paper, but it doesn't seem like you guys get enough recognition for the stuff that you're doing in the local media kind of a thing. And is that a local detachment thing, or is there media communications at the command center that's getting that stuff out?
Maybe both. I think our members mostly, for the most part, when they go and they just look at that as that's their job. We don't look at it, and then maybe that's a bit of a self-awareness thing. We probably don't give enough credit to our members. Yeah, that would fall on commanders. You know, recognizing and doing the positive media releases. I think it just comes down to time. I think that a lot of times there's so much, we're always short or always doing something and members, and I think you're gonna cut. And so we don't really take the time to brag about ourselves essentially. So we just are trying to do the best we can with what we're trying to do. And I agree with you. I think we could do a better job with some of those positive stories like that for sure.
I think they do in Vegreville though, in the advertiser, they promote what the calls were and crimes and whatever was assisted and everything, so I mean, they do cover up pretty good.
Well, speak to our county's talking about there, it becomes a resource thing, to be honest with you, in time management. We've had that in for years, and as of about 3 months ago, we stopped doing that essentially. Put it on a hold just because my office staff is so low, I don't have the time to do it. it's just not something that ranks. When we start triaging what we have to do as commanders compared to the resources that we have, ultimately the first thing that's gonna fall off is reporting to the media on the good stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and it's unfortunate, but that's just the reality of what we're facing. I hope to get into a place, you know, come 2025 here a little stronger, where we can get back to doing that, those positive stuff, but again, to speak to what Kevin was talking about, it becomes a resource thing. We all had another 40 hours in the week. I'm sure it's something we could accommodate, but cattle's burning at both ends. It's something, you know, when something's got to give, unfortunately, it's that.
So it's something Jenna represents the leader. Can she contact your administration staff and if there's any?
Well, the problem is when we're doing that media stuff, we're very cautious about what we release and for obvious reasons, right? And so that kind of has to go through the commander. So essentially that media stuff, if not even just doing the releases, reviewing them, making sure they're something that we can be disclosing to the media is time consuming. So fortunately, it's not something we can delegate to somebody else to look after. I mean, drafting it, yes. Ultimately, we have to put the final signature on before it goes out to the media as commanders. So yeah, it's tough. I mean, I agree that we can do a better job doing that. Hopefully, can't speak for Two Hills and Vegreville. I hope that our resource levels are starting to come back up to a point where we can start doing some of that positive stuff.
Okay, so you mentioned Two Hills and Vegreville. About a month ago, there is a rumor circulating that Two Hills detachment was going to be closed down and going to get taken over by Vegreville. And I think the media followed up on that story. Can you provide council with an update as to exactly what's happening there? I think we read it a bit in the media that wasn't what's happening, but
so it's no, I mean, to dispel all the rumors, but that no, that is absolutely not what's being looked at. It's not happening. We're not looking at closing down. So as policing changes, as their resources changes, as staffing rural locations changes with the younger and younger members that are coming in. Prime example, Two Hills had a really good member come in. We've seen in Vegreville too, where we've invested 6 months depot with this individual to train them. Two Hills invested a lot of time to get him up and running, and all of a sudden he says, well, you know, I'm just a little bit further from Edmonton than I want to be. I'm going to jump ship and go to Edmonton City Police. Problem with that is it's such a dynamic, policing right now is just, it's a competitive market. We have to stay competitive with all the other police agencies to get the top-notch people if we want them. Problem is in these small communities where you don't have 24-hour police and we have what's called a residency clause. So essentially members are required to live within 50 kilometers of their workplace, which really impacts what we're seeing coming in as far as applications and the quality of members that we're getting. These young generation, you want to be 5 minutes from a Starbucks and a Cineplex. So trying to get them to live in these small communities is tough. It's pull teeth. We're losing a lot of good members to that thing. So if we want to change as far as moving forward, being Alberta's police force, we need to adapt different ways of doing that. And one of the ways we looked at increasing our service delivery was potentially amalgamating some of these attachments together. Now, that doesn't mean closing an attachment. What that means is providing a better service delivery to the area. So what that would look like, there is no way staying the way we are, that Two Hills, Vegreville, stuff like that, places like that would ever get a 24-hour policing model. It would be astronomically expensive for everybody in this room to incorporate a 24-hour policing model. But essentially that model is the only way to get rid of that residency clause. So what we're looking at is incorporating the two detachments together, which I think we may see on a bigger scale across the province if something like this was to work. But we wouldn't be closing down any detachments. What we would do is just pool our resources together. Like Kevin said, if he had 6 members, he had 1 go off duty. You know, if you got 4 members and 1 lead, you're down 25% of your crew. If we amalgamate, we have 18 members between the 2 detachments and 1 person goes off. You know, that's a significant less impact on our frontline resources. So what we're looking at is a service delivery where we could have 24-hour policing for the Two Hills area and the Vegreville area by encompassing our resources together. And then we can get rid of that residency clause where we're attracting more members. We're keeping experienced members around because essentially they could live in Red Deer as long as they're here for their shift and ready to go to work. We don't care where they live. It takes away from the on-call. A lot of these young members don't want to do on-call anymore. They want to shut their phones off and go home. And you know, I don't blame them. We really promote mental health now at the RCMP and how important it is. Well, it's time that we maybe start looking at avenues of actually, you know, doing what we preach, right? Where this home life balance gets a little better for these younger guys. The generation's gone where it's just work. We know that we see on every front, which is policing. So all we're doing is looking at a different service delivery model that increases our presence, increases policing to both communities, well incorporated. So the 2 hills attachment will stay open. There will be an administrative person there all the time. No service delivery is going to change. People are still going to be able to go get criminal records. If this was moved forward, we are nowhere near. We are very infant stages of this plan. There's many different levels this has to hit. It has to go through our district office, our CO for the division. It would have to go to our provincial stakeholders and government. Then it would come kind of back down to you folks to have your say. And so it's a million miles away from something that we're going to see take effect, but it's something that we are looking at on many different levels.
Not sure if council has any more questions here. I got 3. Fort Saskatchewan, how are the body cams working?
Good, so they rolled that out, the members are all wearing them, we haven't seen the numbers come out yet for, you know, reduction in public complaints and stuff like that yet, but, they're gonna be a good tool for our arsenal. It's just gonna be, it's one of those things, so you have to activate it, right? So it's gonna take a little bit of a membership learning curve. Because things are dynamic and you can appreciate that when you're not used to pushing a button on your best before interacting with somebody. So yeah, I am looking forward to seeing how the numbers reflect it.
Any idea what 2 hills or Vegreville gets them?
June is what I'm being told. June, that's what I've heard.
2 hills?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're right in that time frame as well.
Yeah.
Good. No, I think it's definitely a positive step in the right direction. Second question is, Lamont County Council passed a bylaw that we need criminal checks if we're gonna run in the next election. Can we go to any one of the 3 detachments, or are we limited to which detachment we can go to?
That's
Typically,
where you reside in.
that you live in, yeah.
So is that based on divisions for Lamont County? Okay.
Yeah, if your address on your identification falls into our policing area, you can come to Vegreville or 2 hills.
We have 2 hills.
Yeah, we get it on for it.
So how long does that take?
It just depends on how many come in and how busy they grow. Sometimes they will do them, sometimes, but typically they do them, usually a week. They'll do them like Tuesday to Thursday. She does them. She has some days that she does that. So, and usually, she has it ready to pick up within a week.
I did one for the high school for volunteering, to do sports. And it wasn't even an hour, I was in Fort Saskatchewan, where I have to go. It wasn't even an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, the girls have time to do.
Yeah,
They have
yeah.
done what people have waited, but that's not something they can give every single time.
Yeah.
Depending on what's happening.
Yeah.
Andrew Wellington, Rural Crime Watch, is having a meeting on March 18th.
Andrew Lyons Building.
Okay.
I'm not sure if the president has contacted you yet, but
My contacts are Henry, I don't know, but I'll write it down and I'll make sure that he has some knowledge of it.
and the last question here to follow up basically on what Councillor Wick is, we will be meeting with the commanding officer at our RMA convention in middle of March here. Obviously, there's staffing issues. I think 2 of the 3 detachments are running short staffed right now. Is there anything that you would like to see our council ask the commanding officer in regards to helping your detachments out at home?
Like, for us, resources, like I said, if we had even, like I said, you ask for 2, you get 1. For us, the way I look at it, we have 4 constables in a 4-year posting. So that means you've always got 1 coming out and 1 coming in. So that 1 coming in for 6 months, he's teamed up with another member to be trained. So those 4 become 3 pretty quickly, you know, so that's part of, you know, that. And then if you have somebody go ODS on you or something like that happens, So that, I mean, we had one more member would be huge for us. Plus, I think with that one more member, we could change our schedule. We could have members working, I can't give 24 hours like Colin said, we just can't do it, but I can have a schedule where we have 20 hours of coverage, only 4 hours of on call. And the members would have 4 days off in between. Right now, they're running a 3-3-3, 3 days, 3 nights, 3 days off. When you're on call, it's just not enough. And the guys tend to be in after 2-3 years, we're seeing burnout and they just get tired. So with one more member would allow us to have a better schedule and a buffer zone. You know what I'm saying? When, like I said, if we have somebody go off or even that training, that member that's coming in. So that would be huge for us. When we asked for it, we asked for 2. They said it's being considered. They looked at our call volume and our ginormous area with, I think, 3,500 square miles of area, which is huge. And our call volume, the average, our CMP officer average 250 to 300 files a year. Our guys are taking 500 plus. That's what our guys are doing. So we've showed these stats and they went, yeah, you're right. Now the trick is we can get the position, then the trick is to fill it. So that's what we're looking for, and that would make a big difference for ours, pending the amalgamation, whatever happens. But we have to run with what we have now, and that's what we've asked for. And again, that would be astronomical. Plus, we could have 2 members working at a time, a lot of the shifts instead of guys working all the time, which is a visible presence and those kinds of things, which goes to help counteract the crime area. So yeah.
So the resource manpower, I guess.
Manpower resources,
Would be the main
Yeah.
focus.
If I could just add on that a little bit, like, so we lost a member to Edmonton City Police, so in Alberta, we're competing with the sheriffs, not actually, well, yeah, right, like there's the job with the sheriffs, municipal enforcement, CPOs, Calgary, Lethbridge, the variety of police in Cranberry now. But we're also competing in a sense with other divisions of the RCMP, right? So if you can put some pressure on our provincial, like to get the draw, what can Alberta do to get over RCMP members on the ground? From Ontario, right? Like we have that draw of applicants come applying to their CMP. Let's get them to Alberta, right? Other divisions have used some innovative thinking to get members that graduate Temple through their doors. Is there any thought with the Alberta or something similar?
Any idea how many recruits are trained in a year?
We're about back up. I don't have the exact numbers. We were down a fair bit. Our recruiting is doing well, and actually Alberta is producing, we're getting the most recruits. They're just for some reason we're not seeing them come back, which I don't know why that would be. I think we're getting people back, for example, that actually you didn't go there. I don't know that. But yeah, Paul has ramped up. We're back to 40, 50 troops, I believe, a year. I see.
Great. Any other questions? Well, thank you very, very much, gentlemen, for coming in and spending about an hour with us today. Greatly appreciate it. And we truly appreciate the work that you fellows do. It's definitely helps to make our community safer. And it's not an easy job. It definitely probably bears some frustration, but I guess at times there's also some rewards that come forward too. So, but keep up the good work, and yeah, we'll definitely bring back the manpower resources up to the commanding officer in Edmonton. So they usually have about, what is it, 7 or 8 people at the table across from us. So it's a pretty good representation, and it's a good opportunity for us to bring some concerns forward. So we will do that on your behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We look forward to the armless chairs.
All right, any further discussion on the delegation?
Yeah, a good presentation today.
Yeah, I don't think we have any follow-up or anything. We know what we have to go to or the commanding officer with. So if there's no further discussion, I will entertain a motion to accept the reports as information.
Make a motion that the Lamont County Council accept the RCMP update reports from detachments in Fort Saskatchewan, Sergeant Lardo, Vigil, Sergeant Polk, and Two Hills Corporal Nichols as information.
All right, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to item number 7, business. 7.1, fire building delegation response. We were on 47. This is the response to delegation on February 15th. Before here, because you to present the report and answer any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Janowski. Yeah, as you're aware, this event occurred before I arrived at Lamont County. So the report that I presented to you is based off of information in our records management system. Texts, emails, and phone calls between our members, the chief of the time, and Mr. Friesen. In the package before you, there's a couple different documents. One is the external investigation report from a company that we have used in the past to investigate these large wildfires. Especially during this spring season of 2023, there was multiple fires that needed investigating. So that was another one of the reasons why an outside agent was brought in. I'm gonna skip past that technical report for right now and jump to page 63. Page 63 is the information that I gathered, like I said, from the records management system, from some archived emails and some conversations with the chief of the time, and the assistant district chief was on scene. So on April 13th, one of our off-duty members noticed some burning in a field, reached out to the assistant district chief. They looked for burn permits, could not find any expired burn permits in the area. The chief attended the location, took some pictures, and then made contact with the registered landowner. There was a discussion between the chief that was on site and the landowner who was not on site about the discussion. The landowner, being new to the area, was unaware that a burn permit was required and that we had a burning season in Lamont County. As this was taking place on April 13th, the burn season had expired for brush piles on March 31st of that year. So there was a discussion that a permit should have been obtained if you wanted to burn, but also couldn't burn at that time of the year. The information I received was that the landowner was instructed to extinguish the fires, or that Lamont County Emergency Services would return and put them out, and there would be a bill associated with that. One of the questions in the delegation came up is why weren't the brush piles followed up on the days after? The information I received was that there was no further calls into Lamont County Emergency Services, and nobody had seen any signs of continued burning. The other question is also why was the piles not thermal imaging? The policy in time at that time was, the policy in place at that time was that thermal imaging and duty crew inspections would occur on permitted piles. We have since changed that any events that we've attended to over the burning season, we now record and we will follow up in the springtime when we do thermal imaging, drone flying, and brush pile inspections. So at the time, that was not the way, but now it has been since our burning season last year. The other question that was presented from the delegation was why was there such a delay in the billing? In early 2024, the Lamont County Emergency Services had a change in administrative staffing. While onboarding the new staff member, the bill was found in the pending state in the records. After further discussion, the direction was that the bill would be sent to the landowner, so that was why the delay in the billing. If council would like to go through the technical report, or if council has any other questions that I can answer.
Full fire is out of Red Deer.
SEO fire, yeah. Yeah, they're they're a division of Global Forensics, which is a fire investigation company, and then they have another division that we are contracted with, which is SEO Fire, which is an inspection and investigation division of their Global Forensics. It's the same company, they're just split in two ways.
Okay, so obviously a detailed assessment of the fire was done, right?
Correct.
Based on the report, because it's very detailed and
Yeah.
contains a lot of information regarding the fire.
Yeah. So they sent out, the chief of the time requested an outside investigation, and they sent one of their staff members who was on site April 29th and April 30th to do this investigation. Yeah, and somewhere in the reports it talks about the hundreds and hundreds of pictures that have been taken and filed. I did not share all those, but we put the highlights into this report.
Any idea what the report cost us?
The investigation report was $4,022.04.
And these costs aren't included in the bill to the.
They were not, no.
And what's the fine for having an unpermitted burn?
First offense under section 98(1), lighting an outdoor fire without a permit is $500 per.
And that fine was never applied.
Not to my knowledge, no, and as with discussion with our CPO, it was, there was no violation.
Anyone else have any questions?
I have a question, so. After the April 23, I asked what was the cause of the fire or who the owner was. I never could get that information. Now it's almost 2 years and we get this information that there was a report investigation done. April, at the end of April, like. It's just surprising that nobody gives this information. I realize you weren't here at the time, but. You know, someone made the decision that. We're gonna follow policy to a T and we're not going to image that fire. I don't know, that raises a question in my mind, you know. That's what I kind of find hard to believe, that everybody's aware of what the consequences could be. We had fire in Scarrow, and that was something, the permit that was online and it was missed. We didn't thermal image that fire. You know, it's just, here's a lapse in something. You can follow policy to a T, but it doesn't mean that we didn't do our due diligence in that fire. That's.
So Mr. Reeve, there was a discussion on this matter January 30th of 2024, and it was known at that time that this was an asphalt fire. Was this report shared? No. Generally speaking, these investigation reports are not shared. They kind of reside in the administrative realm. Given the depth of conversation on this, we elected to provide it. Bo, is it normal for this sort of a report to be shared with the council?
The last one that I shared with council was a response to an identification. So, we haven't, it hasn't been past practice to share, our fire investigative reports with council or our third party reports with council.
I'm kind of concerned with that. Is we have a $80,000 bill that administration has brought forward to us to determine whether we're gonna pass forward and everything else, but yet we didn't get any of this information to make an executive decision as to what we're gonna do with it. Like, we're taking kind of what you guys are saying, but we don't have this. I mean, I don't have the ability to make a, do you let Mr. Friesen off, or do you say, no, we have all the reports now? Kind of would have been nice to know before he came in as a delegation to give his half, when we didn't even know what our half of it was.
Those report, does Chief Moore comment from both fires or just a select few?
So it's my understanding that the spring of 2023, it was quite a busy fire season, and with multiple large scale events on different locations. The decision was made to hire them outside and use third party investigators. Like I said, there was 2 other reports that we have presented to council from that spring of 2023 fire season as well.
What date was fire?
April 20,
Yeah, what day was this report done?
April 29th and 30th.
So did you ever there the next day? Then we just hear about it now, eh?
I guess the decision in front of council here is Mr. Frieden appeared as a delegation a week ago. One of the recommended motions is that we accept the report as information. Does council want to deal with the request by Mr. Friesen to lower the amount of his bill at this time, or does council want to delay the response?
Well, that's where I'm getting at with this information. Like, so we had a fellow that went out on the 13th, which was the district fire chief. They were noted. This was noted all the way along. But we didn't take our steps because just because it didn't have a fire permit doesn't mean it's not a fire. We went out 3 times. What the investigation here says, to the same spot, just to monitor it for the fellow. And this guy, Mr. Friesen, he lit fire. Don't get me wrong, you know, and he didn't have the procedures. He didn't have what he was supposed to do. No fire permit, and was gone for a week. Didn't come back for a week after lighting the fires. But we didn't take any initiative ourselves as to go out and extinguish it to see if it was going to go any further. So did we actually do our due diligence? We proved he didn't, but did we do it?
Well, we went out there, we should have done something about it, right?
Well,
Whether you had a permit or not.
it would have been a $10,000 bill instead of 80,000 for helicopters and assistance and everything else. It's what I'm getting at is.
Mr. Reed, the fact that the firefighter was out 3 times and reinforced with the landowner is that it's his responsibility to maintain the control of the fire. I suggest means that we did our due diligence. Generally speaking, we don't go onto people's property and put out the fires unless we're called. So we were called, we consulted, his responsibility to put out the fire. He was instructed, so Mr. Friesen even admitted that he was instructed.
What are you targeting for those 3 inspections before the fire?
There was no charges.
Can't believe we didn't have any report sooner.
So, Mr. Reed, it was January 24th, that this matter was discussed. I'm a little reluctant to speak openly about it because it was in closed session. At that point, nobody asked for the report. We provided a high-level summary of what it said.
Yeah, but when he was coming in, we could have had this before he got here. So we are not caught with our pants down. Get some information on what's happened.
Essentially, the report confirms what we were told is that the landowner was at fault. Essentially, when you summarize the report, gives you more detail on it. Gives us a little more detail as to what happened with the firefighter that attended the scene in the middle of April. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't change the circumstance. The report says that the landowner was at fault here.
Well, I understand that, but that's not the issue right now. The issue was we had a fire chief that was in place. And we since had Mr. Moore come in, and in between there's lots of communication between evidence or whatever needed to be able to prove what we needed to do in the investigation. This investigation was done back in 2023 when the fire happened. If we'd have had this, plus Mr. Moore's information, that we would have been, we could say, okay, we have all the evidence to make this $80,000 decision. Then this is third party. That's the thing about it. It's not our biased opinion. It's not Lamont County's. This is a hired out person that does investigations professionally.
Any further questions or discussion?
A comment I have is. So we follow policy, we didn't check it because there was no permit. But we didn't follow policy with the fine. We had other fires recently where, yeah, we give a fine. Then we cut the bill in half. There's no consistency across how we follow policy. You know, if you don't send the guy a bill for a year, you know, especially when you have third party costs, you sent the check, you got an invoice, and we never billed. That's my view on the thing.
I can reinforce that there's considerably more diligence issuing fines for permitted or unsafe fires than there was 2 years ago. We were in the midst of a transition between fire chiefs. As I indicated, I think now we have considerably more diligence in doing that. The timing of the information shouldn't necessarily affect the outcome of your decision. If it is your desire to see these sorts of reports, generally speaking, we will provide you the results. If you need to see the report, please ask for it.
I think that it's important to see the reports to make a decision, regardless if it was in between chiefs.
You see, chiefs or not, we got in all our policies, the CEO looks after stuff, so you've been here more than 2 years, so how did it slip through?
Rely on people that are here.
Yeah, but we didn't have a fire chief, so in all our policies, it says CEO. Thought it slipped through.
I think our billing is gonna be coming up, like we're changing our fire billing. We're having the meeting on the 5th. Or fourth. And I think it's just kind of imperative that maybe the public knows that we have a third party, because now if we do change, like we have a couple options that we're gonna discuss with everybody at that time. At least we know, people know that there's a third party investigation that's coming in. It's not just us doing it internally, right? So. I think I'd like to be able to see those. Make
There
decisions.
are probably lesser fires that are investigated by internal resources.
I don't think people out in the public know that, and that's the thing, like, so when they get, say their house, we'll use Mrs. Evans, they were in here, their house burns down, did they know that was an internal? Or an external investigation that was done, just that. You know, for billing purposes,
That was-
we're gonna be going to the different options, okay, so. That's what I'd like to see is that people know that they're not just internal. And I'd kind of like people to see these so that when they. When they come to us, if they have the ability to get a report like this, maybe we should have it too.
Actually, just to clarify that, Councillor Wood, at the Burger Head Coffee Talks, the question was asked whether who investigates fires on the county's behalf? And Chief Moore wasn't there. And we indicated we get back to the person who asked the question. And we've since learned that Chief Moore is able to investigate fires. And then the question was asked whether the deputy chief was able to investigate fires, and in the discussion with Chief Moore, the deputy chief has a greater
Higher credentials.
level of credentials to investigate a fire, so it's not like they're just investigating as a fire chief and a deputy fire chief. They do have the training and the credentials and the courses to do those investigations to within a certain level, and I'm sure in a lot of cases, it is either done by yourself or by the deputy chief, right?
Correct. So we are registered with the safety codes office as investigators.
Yeah.
We have 5 staff members registered through safety codes office of Alberta.
There are 5 members
5
on the town.
that are safety codes officers.
I kind of agree if we're gonna. If we're gonna pay for a third party report, then maybe we should be able to see it, especially when it comes back to whether there's gonna be charges involved or whatever, but. I guess if there's no other questions, are we just accepting this as information, or we make a decision? Recently, or council on work?
I think. I think that this was presented to us prior to.
Okay. All right, any other discussion on this matter? I'll accept a motion to accept his information.
The Lamont County Council accept the report. By Gilly regarding the designation of presentation from the precinct on February 11, 2025 as information.
Okay, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0. It is 10:30. Let's recess till 10:40. Sorry, it's 10:28.
All right, okay, we'll reconvene the February 25th, 2025 regular council meeting at 10:41. We'll move on to item 7.2, the agenda appointment to the assessment review board.
Mr. Reader, on page 66, this is an annual undertaking where when we renew our contract with the Capital Region Assessment Services Commission, we need to appoint the members. I've been wanting to fill in the details.
Yes, we just renewed the contract with the assessment review board. Is the contracted services to the professional opinions on the assessment reviews. As every year, we have to appoint the panel and the clerk for the local and the concept assessment review. The names of the panel and the clerk are as in the resolution.
So are these pretty much the same people that sit on the board?
Yes, there's a few, I think there were 2 changes in names that we had opposed to last year.
Who are changed?
I have to get back to you on that one. Those are they are provided by the contracted services. Those are not our municipal workers.
So as an example, you'll see Raymond Ralph is being proposed to be the chair. If I'm not mistaken, he's from Devon.
Yeah.
So the Capital Region Assessment Services Commission recruits people, assembles panels, and then has municipalities like us appoint them formally to meet the requirements of the regulation.
Any other questions?
We got 4 motions here.
Okay. I move that the Lamont County Council appoint Darlene Chartrand, Cheryl Exley, Dina Grashko, Richard Knowles, Marcel LeBlanc, Rain Ralph to the Local Assessment Review Board, LARB, for a term ending December 31st, 2027.
Any questions or concerns regarding the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Deputy Brief.
The Lamont County Council appoint Darlene Charlie, Sherry Exley, Tina Gospel, Richard Knowles, Marcel LeBlanc, Ray Ralph to the composite assistant. Yeah, to the composite assessment review board. Card for the term ending December 31st, 2027.
Any questions or concerns regarding the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Third motion, Councillor Wood.
I make the motion that the Lamont County Council appoint Raymond Ralph as chairman of the Local Assessment Review Board and the Composite Assessment Review Board for the term ending December 31st, 2027.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. And Councillor Waitiss, you wanna proceed?
Lamont County Council appoint Durham Cameron as clerk for the
Local Assessment Review Board and Constant Assessment Review Board for a term ending December 31st, 2027.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aaron?
Yeah, in favor.
Okay, that's carried 5-0. Okay, thank you, council. We'll now move on to item 7.3, the AIHA water intake grant agreement. I hope council has fun reading this.
Who wrote this document? Is this the same one all three counties have, or what is it?
So Mr. Reed, in a moment, Mr. Boyko will present more fully. There is an agreement between the province and the Heartland Association that puts various obligations on the Heartland Association. Those obligations come with the Heartland Association acting as the banker for this project. And then there is a contract, and the indication is that it will be an identical contract for each of the three municipalities, pass the obligations on from the Heartland to us. So this is a kind of an important moment in terms of this whole water line project. There is $16.67 million of money that the province is prepared to provide to Lamont County through the Heartland Association. That will enable us to pursue a detailed design later, construction of eventually commissioning of the water intake. Grant is insufficient to fund the development of the conveyance, meaning the pipeline that will carry water from near the river to the industrial area. With that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Boyko to take you through some of the specifics.
Thank you, Mr. Tarnowski. Good morning, Mr. Reed, members of the council. I'll walk through the request for decision, but there's two important documents that are in here. Page 90 on to page 105 is the grant agreement between the province and the Alberta Heartland Association. And so what has happened is that the province has provided a significant grant to the Heartland Association, who is becoming the banker then and the grant manager for divvying out the grants to the three municipalities that are going to be installing the intakes in the Heartland area. So I noted in the RFP, Lamont County is one of those three recipients of the water. As the grant manager, the Heartland Association has set up an agreement, and to answer Councillor White's earlier question, the agreements are not going to be perfectly identical, but there's going to be some, obviously some small wording in people, names, that kind of thing. But in essence, the dollar amounts coming across are identical through all three municipalities. So the agreement is required for the Heartland to pass this on to the county. Grant agreements like this are not always brought forward to council. However, this is a significant one that we're getting. So administration felt that it was appropriate to have council review this and make sure that council is okay with this. Essentially, as the county, we're going to be receiving $16.67 million over the next 5 years. And we're basing the current construction estimates off of the Isian's conceptual design that was prepared on behalf of the Heartland Association in October 2023. Some of the assessments some of the estimates of course, going to have to be refined a little more as we get into the detailed design of the engineering. So I just want to walk council through some of the important parts of the agreement. So the agreement starts between the Heartland Association and Lamont County. That starts on page 70 of our package. Essentially, there's a number of definitions. The term of the agreement is one of the things. So it will be effective immediately upon signing. And it's intended that the money will be spent between now and March 31st, 2029. If there's default of this agreement, then of course this money is going to be sent back to the Heartland Association, who in turn would have to send that back to the province. So the Heartland again is being the intermediary. There is some small changes that the lawyers are still working on with between both the municipalities and the Heartland. So you'll see them in yellow in our agreements. There's a couple of spots. Page 75 is, simply the representatives. Page 76, one of the concerns that was brought forward by our administration, as well as some of the administrations of the other municipalities, is knowing what the reporting is going to look like. And we did receive a draft policy yesterday from the lawyers in Brownlee, is the lawyers that are handling that. It looks fairly reasonable. What they're expecting is a listing of expenditures, total spent, and all of the backup source documents. And the Heartland has engaged Ernst & Young as auditors. They're going to be auditing every one of these amounts that come through as we go through. So sounds like that's a fairly good process, and the municipalities are in agreement with that. But I did want council to look at, so on page 76, the funding periods that are going to come, and what the triggers are for that funding. So letter A there on page 76, as soon as this agreement is signed, the first amounts are going to be divvied out to the municipality. And that's for $833,000. So that would be year one funds. So that is essentially to get some of that preliminary engineering done, the owner's representative information like we talked about, and getting the administrative costs of getting the agreement like this going and a project like this going. Within a reasonable time after April 1st, 2025, so of this year, will be the first submission of money that will be coming. And there's a requirement underneath of that a reputable consultant engineering project firm is to complete that original engineering, or that beginning engineering. So that's 5.8 million. And then after that, year 3, so April 1st, 2026 would be another 3.3 million to once a construction company has been procured and contracts been signed, and then continuing the next 2 years after that, there'll be 3.3 million again. So overall, there's going to be 16 million. The administration is comfortable at this point with the estimates that have come from Vizian, that this is going to be enough money to procure and construct the intake. As Mr. Tranowski said, the conveyance is not going to be funded from this grant. There's still going to have to be more funds to be gathered, whether that comes from proponents who are using that or other grants so far. So essentially the page 77, use of grant funding, talks about what we can do for it. Essentially, just in brief, it's for the construction of the intake. Project 9 or page subject 9.1, there's just a few dates that still need to be confirmed in there. Essentially, the rest of that, a lot of this is fairly straightforward legal provisions in there. There is some small changes that need to be put in there, some of the dates on page 86. There's a couple of gaps there that the lawyers are cleaning up. And then page 88 is kind of the overall breakdown of what the estimates are. So 800,000 for engineering and architectural design, 15.8 for the remaining construction, and of course, there'll be some engineering fees and such in there as well. Let's see the deliverables on page 88, number 2. Section 2. Those line up with those items on 6.1 that I had earlier discussed. And then allowable expenses, we have just requested confirmation that what is allowable, for instance, that preliminary engineering, the owner's representative, and is there allowance to be moving some of the estimates back and forth between the 800,000 and the 15.8. And then going on from there, as I said, page 90 on to page 105 is the signed grant agreement between the province and the Industrial Heartland Association. So that grant agreement has been fully signed and completed. So that solidifies that program coming to the 3 municipalities. So what we're looking for in the motions is 2 things. That the council approve in principle the grant agreement and direct administration to execute the agreement upon receipt of a final one from the Heartland. So if there are any significant changes, then of course administration will bring that back to council. At this point, it is only typographical and a few clarification items that administration is looking for. The second item in their second recommendation is that council would direct administration to amend the capital budget for 2025 to 2030 to include this grant revenue and the expenses for the processed water. So to date, the processed water intake has not been budgeted, neither the revenue nor the expenses. So this would be then directed from council that we put that in the budget and start getting the project commenced.
The first question I got, did we get the water license yet?
We have not. We continue to work with 3 issuers of statements of concern. And we intend to meet with them within the next 10 days. And based on hearing from them, we will seek approval from the province. The indications we've received from the province is that they have from us the information they need. The question is whether there will be anything further from the issuers of the statements of concern.
So I'm here reading this, we first payout is 800,000. And if everything falls through and we don't do it, then the county is liable to pay the 800,000 back or whatever. If we got a second increment, third increment, and we get halfway through the project or wherever it stops, then the county is responsible to pay all the money back.
The county will be responsible to pay back the unexpended amount. So if, for instance, if the county expended $100,000, that would be covered by the grant, and if it's not completed, then the 733 remaining will go back to the Heartland Association, and of course back to the province.
And do all 3 counties have the same agreement?
It is in essence and in principle, it is the same agreement, yes. So, but we are all signing individual agreements with the same dollar values.
We don't have any obligations more or less than anyone else.
That's correct.
Important to add.
some of the key agreed principles, are we gonna, it just states here so that we're not gonna be non-compliant, that we anticipated for the middle of this year? Is that still projectable, even though we don't have our water?
Actually, I don't think this,
105 is D.
I don't think it actually says anywhere that you have to have a water license.
And that's what I'm just wondering, do we, you know, we're not gonna start building something if we don't have a water license, so that's the only thing, right?
Correct.
So that's one of our stipulations, and then just for clarification for other counselors or whatever, but in D, it says that for financial oversight, AIHA will engage in an external third-party accounting firm to audit and oversee grant distributions and all the grant money, so we'll be watched, so we're not spending it or not spending it, right?
Yes, and they chose it Ernst & Young. Yeah, so
And we're going to the side.
that's, we're the first ones that are getting their disbursement because we're the closest to.
I should say, you asked a very specific question.
Yeah.
Is it a concern if we don't have our license? The license actually doesn't come until the infrastructure is built. It's a preliminary certificate that's provided.
Oh, just,
And then once it's built, the license is provided.
oh, so it's like a guarantee, that's all it is. Yeah, we'll get it as soon as we get our. I noticed it had a 15-year term too, but that was just for some of the operation.
So the 15-year term is, so there's a couple of requirements here, and actually I'll walk through part of that. So the concern that the province had was, is the county gonna take the money, build something and sell it to at a profit? And so the reasoning for that term is that they wanted to ensure that it's not just the provincial money going to a private entity. So the process is that we would have to build it, run it for 15 years. We're governed by the AUC, Alberta Utility Commission, on what amounts we can charge on the top end, so that we're not, again, gouging. Essentially, it's creating a monopoly in the area, so they have to make sure that the province isn't creating a monopoly that nobody's going to be able to use. So it has to be an open system, and it has to be run by the municipality. I think it's 50% ownership.
Yeah.
Except the finance spot.
100%, yeah, 5104.
Yeah, so on the provincial requirements, yeah. So that idea is essentially it's making sure that it's a publicly accessible project that we're not using it as basically taking that money and making profits.
For your reassurance, Mr. Boyko, Mr. Dietz, Ms. Irving and I all reviewed the agreement. And then we posed some very direct questions to a lawyer from Brownlee who's helping ensure each of the individual municipalities' interests are being heard and addressed. So that's why you have that 1 million block or something.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah.
So it's not finished yet.
It's virtually finished.
Yes, so like I said, so we're requesting the agreement in principle. If there's some changes, like I said, that on page 76, you'll see that yellow block. This was one of the concerns that I had. I wanted to know that what project report was going to be coming in, so that we knew what the requirements on the administration is going to be.
And you've now received.
I just received that yesterday, and I was able to get my comments back to the.
So
To the-
if there was a substantive change, clearly we would bring it up.
Yes.
We won't anticipate it.
Mr. Rodney, you mentioned that 3 municipalities are using Brownlee,
That's correct.
because I think the Heartland is using Bennett Jones to prepare the
Yes.
document.
So
So there is separate
that's correct.
lawyers that are working on this.
Yes, so Brownlee was chosen to save legal costs with all three of us, since it's essentially the same agreement.
Brownlee works for all three municipalities, so they have an interest in ensuring that they deal with their clients fairly.
Yes, so Bennett Jones was chosen so that there was some, there was no conflict of interest with the legal side.
Does it say anywhere here exactly what we're spending the money on?
So that is the,
77,
sorry,
or item 7.
yeah, exactly. So that's what we're allowed to use it for. You'll see in the schedule A that the project description. Which is on the start of the very bottom of page 84 is the start of the project description. So to construct a new water intake and conveyance system. Commission the system by late 2028 or early 2029 and acquire an offtake agreement for the system by 2029. So the project standards there, of course, the 15 years, public interest. And the breakdown of the costs is on page 88. So site development, general earthwork, concrete, mechanical, piping, electrical, and instrument installation.
Problem with this. Put the, I guess, the cart before the horse here, and they haven't approved any water licenses at this point. We're the closest to getting our license. Our approval for one. I'm not even sure if Strathcona or Sturgeon have applied for a water license. Something I'm not aware of, but Alberta Environment formally announced this grant, I believe, in May of June of this past year. So the dollars are there. And as per the agreement with AIHA, which starts on page 90, the terms of the agreement are very straightforward. One of the things that happened when we were negotiating the agreement with distribution of funds. And at the end of the day, it does not matter whether you're Strathcona, Sturgeon, or Lamont County, you're gonna share the $50 million equal. Everybody's gonna get $16.6 million. I have no idea when these documents will be ready to be signed, but as soon as they're signed, according to the terms of the proposed agreement, both Strathcona and Sturgeon will receive their share of $833,000, even though they have no funds. If they have, they may have. I think the agreement is very straightforward. The use of the proceeds is specifically to build our intake in the North Saskatchewan River. The funds provided are our shares a little over 16 million. Our only cost is if our cost to build that intake exceeds 16,666,000. Say they're at 18 million. Lamont County would be responsible for that difference.
That's good.
So that has to be borne in mind here. Our connection here isn't with the government. The connection with the government is Alberta Industrial Heartland. Our connection is with the Alberta Industrial Heartland, and the reports that administration has to provide, has to go back to the Alberta Industrial Heartland. And then they submit the reports back to the government to ensure that things are being conformed with and stuff. One of the requirements is we have to open up a separate bank account for this money. As with any grant money, it's got to be tracked. And the decision was made that it's a lot easier to be tracked if it's in a separate bank account, and it's a lot easier to do your reporting if it's in a separate bank account. And by the same token, depending what amount of money is in that bank account, it's supposed to be an interest-bearing account. And the interest that's earned on that interest-bearing account can be used towards the project also. So.
How much of the grant we have spent already?
Suggest we don't have any of it spent yet. We were fortunate to receive an NRED grant. Regional Economic Development, I don't remember what the N stands for. And we have been able to address many of the preliminary design and other elements that we paid for through that. As has been reported, the Heartland Association actually took care of developing the preliminary design based on laws. To my knowledge, you haven't spent anything that would be associated with this.
Yeah, so really the only thing that I would say we have is some small legal dollars on reviewing the agreements. That's been covered under the NRED grant. We've started the process for the owner's representative procurement. We've talked about that in my next report. We've received four submissions. And maybe a comment about some of the other municipalities. I haven't been in contact with Strathcona County, but I've been in contact with the CFO for Sturgeon County. They've chosen to have their owner's representative be internal. So they started the procurement for a P3 proponent for theirs. They received, it was about a month ago, was where their RFP closed. I haven't got the results of their RFP, but they're slightly ahead of us in the procurement of the P3 construction company, where we're slightly ahead of them in the water license applications. So it's, this is a 5-year project, so we're all kind of a bit in, lockstep back and forth. So they're all happening at relatively the same times. By the end of 2025, we're probably all going to be at that same step in the process. So.
We've chosen the engineer.
No, we have not yet. So we just received them on Thursday. So we got it for performance.
Once we choose the engineer, there'll be another allocation of $5.8 million. Just the other thing I want to bring up, because it was also brought up at the Alberta Coffee Talks, and I think it was answered properly there, is that the conceptual design for the water intake and the transmission system, the cost of that conceptual design was paid for by another $1.5 million grant from the province, which was split 3 ways, $500,000 each to each municipality. So that's where the cost of the conceptual design came from. Is another grant that the province gave to the Heartland Association under the requirement that those funds be utilized to do the conceptual design on the intake and the water line.
How much of that money has been used?
Envision was the Heartland is the one who commissioned that one, so Envision was the engineer. Savage did some work for the due diligence portion for us. That again was covered under that AMAC grant.
Yeah, maybe just go back on my answer regarding whether all those funds have been spent or not. So Councillor White has I can answer that, although I would say that's all was handled through the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association, so. I would assume if there was cost overruns, the Heartland paid for it. If there was money left over, then the Heartland would have probably given the money back to the. But there was no billing towards Lamont County for cost overruns or anything.
There was not. And that conceptual design was used as the basis for the provincial agreement between the province and the Heartland. So that's where the cost estimates came from. That's about it.
Yeah, we may have trouble meeting the reporting requirement on page 86. Considering we haven't signed the agreement.
Yes, yeah.
You might want to check with somebody on that date. Gotta work first. Yeah.
Yeah, so those are some of the things that we'd asked them to help us out with. So.
Any other questions?
When are you gonna get back to the lawyer on the changes they wanna make?
Well, they want to have this done by the end of this week, so it'll be very shortly. And that document that I sent back yesterday was a big part of the response to, and it was a policy that they're coming up with. And it was from Ernst & Young. They developed it and said what they're gonna do for their auditing of each of those interim reports.
Any firms that did projects like this before? Or not getting something to learn?
They're not involved in the engineering of the detailed design. As Mr. Boyko mentioned, Visium did the preliminary design. It's a coincidence that they had done some of our preliminary work. And I don't know whether that helped them win the bid or not, but they presented the best option for the Heartland Association. So they did the preliminary design for all three water intakes. But from this point on, it becomes a banking undertaking for the Heartland Association, not an engineering undertaking.
And just for clarification, Rodney, a couple meetings ago, council passed a resolution to issue an RFP to owners.
Mhm.
And that RFP will determine an engineer
That's correct.
For this particular project.
Yes. So we'll be analyzing those submissions later this week, and in the coming agendas, council will be involved in selecting the final.
One did for preliminary,
They didn't, so
pardon me,
they did not, so.
were they?
They're
Is coming up?
That's a different thing. This is what we're selecting is our owner's representative, so it's essentially the person that stands in between the design builder and us and represents our interests, to make sure that the design builder is doing their appropriate job when they're developing that final engineering. So it's essentially almost like a staff member, because the fact that they're working directly for administration to make sure that the county's interests are being taken care of. We don't have a water department that is involved in this large of a project, so.
And we don't do $16 million projects.
Exactly, so something like Sturgeon County does have a water system this size, so they have a department that they can handle the owner's representative internally. We don't have that.
Right, so to back up to my question then. That RFP wasn't to hire an engineer, it was to hire a project manager.
an engineering firm
To design.
to as the project manager. So it's, the owner's representative is a bit of a hybrid between a project manager and an engineering design. They have to understand those design specifications. Are they appropriate for what we need? The fact that it is an engineer then takes that. A consultant engineering firm is what we're looking to hire at that point. And they're going to, there's another clause in here, so this setup in here, where it's a construction engineering firm, construction company, is the traditional bid, build, design, bid, design, build process. There is a clause in here that allows for the design build process. I'd have to find, so that was one of my questions to the lawyers. Does the design build process that we're going through, does it still meet this criteria? And their answer is yes. So that when we hire that owner's representative, that will be make the funding 6.1B to complete that.
Any other questions? Maybe Rodney, just go through on page 89, the allowable expenses and non-eligible funding.
So probably the easier part is to start with the non-eligible funding. The purpose of those, that non-eligible use is, this is not money that the province wants us to be just essentially putting in a reserve account for future use. So they've disallowed that, donations were not, some pretty straightforward things. GST is not, because we already get that money back from the federal government. So those are fairly straightforward clauses in the non-eligible. And then, of course, our allowable, there is going to be significant public engagement in a project this magnitude that's going to be required. So we'll be looking at doing that. Submission of the regulatory reports and applications, that's, we've already started that process. But again, that's going to be part of that. Owner's representative is going to be assisting with that. The final construction ready engineering and architectural design, that's part of that design build. So when we look at that design build, that's going to be covered under section C. D is the actual completion, once we start, digging in the ground and putting infrastructure in. And then E, B and E are fairly similar, with the fact that that owner's representative is doing some, significant oversight of the project. And, audit of engineering is a little bit of that due diligence process. If the design builder comes up and says, I want to use plastic line, and our original one says we need to use steel line, that's kind of that auditor, does that make sense? And is there an actual engineering stand behind that is okay for that? And then I'm just using examples, but as they go through that, and looking at sizing of lines, sizing of pumps, where it's going to be put in the ground, those are all the type of things that you're looking at in that section E of allowable expenses.
I'll just direct council to page 102. And the total amount of the grant for the water intake is $50 million. there's an additional $500,000 and basically the government is providing the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association a grant of $100,000 a year for the next 5 years. And that's to do the accounting, bookwork, reporting, preparing the documents, et cetera, et cetera. So that's where the total grant is for 50,500,000. But like I say, 500,000 of that is gonna go to the Heartland Association.
There is gonna be significant legal bills and attention from the study. They're going to happen on, but the department is gonna have to come. Overall, this is a good news story, significant dollars that are coming towards, Lamont County. This is one of the largest projects that the county will have undertaken. In fact, once it's completed, it's gonna be, the value is gonna be higher than all of the assets that the county has currently on the books. So this is a major one. This is a great win for Lamont County and the economic development of the heartland.
Any other questions? No.
Perhaps after this is all done, we should have people stepping forward for investments.
Yeah, absolutely. It is in the studies that the Heartland has done, access to processed water has been one of the number one things that have stopped final investment decisions here.
This has been going on for 20 years.
Yeah, big announcement just now came in the computer. Your tariffs start full fledged, full force March 1st. Predicting a full fledged recession in Canada. Said March 1st are going on.
Well, and you know, in response to the facts that it's a recession, that should help us in this project itself, because then that means there's going to be less construction firms doing other work. That means that the prices are going to become favorable for our project. And because we have the money that's already guaranteed from the province, it's not like we're using tax dollars from our residents for this. So yes, it's provincial tax dollars, but it's having that money already in the, you know, coming in, you know, in the bank, so to speak, really helps encourage the fighting of the recession in our part of the province.
Any other comments, questions? So prepared to put the motion on the table, see if we approve this in principle.
I move Lamont County Council approved in principle the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association grant agreement and direct administration to execute the agreement upon receipt of final agreement.
Thank you, Councillor Naka. Any further questions or concerns?
So the only question I have is how can we pass this if the lawyers aren't done with it yet? That's the only question I got.
That's where the word in principle comes in. It's been reviewed, by parties on both sides. I think Rodney indicated the question he's asked has been answered.
Yes, so I'm fairly comfortable that there's not going to be any significant changes in the agreement. And as you can see, the agreement between the county and the Heartland mirrors the agreement between the Heartland and the province. So really the only concerns were around the reporting requirements. Being that this is the reporting goes back to the Heartland. And you know, I'm comfortable with what they're asking, and I don't see any of our counterparts being uncomfortable with what they ask.
Any other questions? Not, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Carried 5-0. And there's a second motion to include this in the 2025 budget. Sorry, 2025 to 2030 budget.
The Lamont County Council Direct Administration to amend the capital budget for 2025 through 2030 to include the grant revenue and expenses for the processed water intake.
Questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Thank you, council. Oh, now move on to the CFO report. I guess Ron, you can stay in the chair.
This is, yeah, this is our regular monthly reporting. So, this is page 107 is where I'm going to start my report on. Again, this is the format that we see. Normally, this is October 2024 to January 2025. So it's a couple of months overdue with the Christmas break in there. Just a couple of the items that I'm going to highlight. So we've completed the 2024 external newsletter. It's posted to the website. Physical distribution was delayed by Canada Post strike in late 2024. However, that is now been put in the mail. Goal number 2. One of the things that I'd like to point out is the snow flags section. So that's the second one. We've created a one-stop payments and application setup with the Public Works Office. We found that there was on the customer service side that previously the residents had to come to this office to pay and then go to the Public Works Office to do the application and set up all of the paperwork that needed to be done there. So in the fall, we set up a one-stop shop basically for them. Set up the debit machine for accepting the payments over there and set up cash drawers and such. Did some training, essentially just to get some better customer service for our residents when they're doing that. Goal number 3, as throughout the year, the tax notices were sent. And essentially the one thing I wanted to highlight, collection procedures are ongoing now. And one of the things that point out on this page from page 110, that our tax recovery auction was held, however, no bids were received, so those properties were going to be coming back to into the county name. You'll be seeing an RFD in the coming meetings to approve that. Page 108, there was a 2024 interim audit completed in December. There was no concerns found. They had scheduled 2 days. We're able to complete our work in 1. As of the writing of this briefing, the 2024 final audit was in process of the week of February 18th. That has been completed. They're doing their final work in the office, in their offices, but all of their on-site work was completed last week. And the aggregate levy audit is in process as well. They'll be doing that from their offices as well. So we've selected the individuals who are auditing, and they're getting paperwork at this point. Service levels in December, the 2025 budget was completed, and any council amendments for 2025 are now noted on the follow-up action list, and are going to be scheduled for April 2025 when the final budget amendments are happening. So I guess the other thing right now, tax assessments for 2025 are being completed. There's discussion going on with the assessors right now, getting the final file. That is due to the province at the end of this week. Goal number 4 on the county IT services. One of the items I want to bring forward, multi-factor authentication has been completed. So this was a requirement of our cyber insurance. And what multi-factor authentication is so for email and access to the network, that not only do you have to type in your password, but you also have to have either use Microsoft Authenticator on your cell phone, or you have a little fob that have a number that is on an algorithm and changes every 30 seconds. But what the idea behind that is that when Rodney Boyko signs into the computer, I also got to do some type of authentication to know that it's not just me giving my password up to somebody else, that I have to do that secondary number. So one of the concerns with cyber, one of the cyber concerns is that it's not a matter of if you're going to get a cyber attack, it's a matter of when. We're seeing more and more companies that are being shut down because of this. A lot of it has to do with the fact that AI is so much more prevalent, and you can get an AI program to do a lot more work than people, used to have to do. We used to be scared of some kid sitting in his basement, trying to hack into it. Now we have computers that are doing that stuff instead. So that's one of the things that insurance wants us to do. So we've started to tighten up that message. So there are a few individuals that are exempt from that throughout the organization, but as a whole, we've assessed what the risk is and deemed that there's not a lot of access to our network for certain individuals, so they don't have to have it. But most employees that have access to the network do. Just one of the other items on goal 4, the gravel haul cards and the gravel inventory spreadsheets. Gravel balancing at year end yielded excellent results. Most of the piles only had minor differences to the survey as expected. Some slight adjustments for cost changeovers, but the fact that all of the piles were the inventory in our system was very close in line with the actual physical survey. So that's something that has significantly changed from the last few years coming back. Page 109, employee engagement survey is scheduled for 2025. So that's to help with that employee recruitment and employee relations. And then the last item on that page, the 2024 core audit was very successful, a score of 95%. That was a significant increase from previous years, and that was an external audit, so that was great to hear. And we've shifted to WorkHub for our health and safety platform. That's been completed, and there's excellent buy-in from the staff. We have staff that are using it for everything from near misses to training. We're able to push out training for health and safety out on that platform, know that people are getting it done, and having those reports back. So it's been a very successful implementation on that safety side. Page 110, some of the additional activities that we're seeing weekly reporting of incidents and near misses and such to senior admin, so that's going very well. There was development of a post-audit action plan following the core audit. So there were some areas that the auditor had concerns, so that action plan has been, and there's been a lot of items that the auditor said they were great, and actually had some additional items to help us. Already talked about the newsletter being delivered to Canada Post, and we're currently obtaining quotes for the additional communications resources as per budget. Talk about the tax recovery option. HR, the 2024 T4s were completed and available on Payworks for all employees and council. So any employees or council members that haven't received that email or need some assistance, feel free to contact me or Ms. Morton. And the LAPP reporting is complete for 2024. And additionally, as of yesterday, the WCB reporting is now complete. I did want to this isn't written in our package, but I did want to let council know of a little bit more tax collection processes that are going on right now. As of yesterday, we are commencing action with Cycle Oil and Gas. They have been paying but not paying at the rates that they agreed to. So an affidavit of records was signed yesterday, forwarded off to the legal counsel. So we're being a little more aggressive on some of the oil and gas collection. And Alphabo is one that we've been talking about. The last couple of months here with council. Alphabo was forced into receivership by their lender. They currently have a company out of China who's willing to buy their assets called H Corp. They're right now the court has appointed a monitor, so they're not in receivership, fully in receivership yet. If H Corp does complete their purchase, which is supposed to close at the end of this week, then we should be seeing some payment on some of that outstanding taxes. The lawyers have been cautiously optimistic on this one. This process has been going back and forth for the last couple of months. Good news, bad news, good news, bad news. And so we're all basically holding our breath till the final deadline. There's been a number of stays that it's been extended on the timeline for the purchase. The Orphan Well Association is involved and they're pushing this to be closed as well. So just, it's taken significant time from our finance staff, providing old documents to the lawyers for both of these. But we're optimistic that we're going to get some payments out of these old assets that have been on the book, right? And that's the end of my report. If there's any questions, they were answer them as best as I can.
Also, have any questions for Rodney? So the auditors were just here, I believe, last week. I saw them in the office here, right? Any idea, or can you disclose, are we deficit surplus?
We're not in as big a surplus as we hoped, due to some of the grants that have been deferred, as well as we didn't receive some of the income that we had hoped from the DRP funding. So we are in a slight surplus at this point. It's kind of going to depend on the Alphabo of whether we put that as a bad debt or not. That could take us into a slight deficit. The reserve transfers, we're estimating it's going to be a couple $1 million extra that is going to be coming into reserves from depreciation and from that grant funding that's going forward. So I don't really want to give a complete answer on that, but it's not a bad news audit by any means. So there will be money coming back into reserves, and we're already seeing a slight surplus as well. So they were fairly comfortable with the audit. They were scheduling for April 1st meeting for them to be presented to council.
So
yeah,
if there is an issue with the revenue versus expenses.
the revenue, essentially the issue is that some of the revenue from the current year is being pushed forward to future. Yes. So,
The other expense would be the Alphabo tax write-off.
yes, so
Can
we
you disclose that amount? We prefer not to.
it's in the $1 million area
Range.
So right now we're not recording it as we're not writing it off as a bad debt, it's recorded in an allowance, but we don't know if it's gonna be completely written off or not, and if it is, then we're gonna have to record that as a bad debt.
But if there's a pending buyer from China, I think you said. Right?
Yes, H4.
We could get these on the dollar
Yes,
to offset that, although their balance sheet is not in great shape.
their balance sheet's not in great shape. One of the concerns right now is who in the province gets the payments. So there's discussion between the different municipalities of do the productive assets that get sold, are those the people who get the tax payments, or is it equally across every municipality that they have? So that's why they're saying cautiously optimistic, so.
And maybe Counselor Witt can chime in and help me with this one, but the process for accounting for aggregate levy. Now, there's always confusion. Does that go into general revenue first and then get transferred to reserves?
That's correct.
Okay, so when it goes into general revenue, because I think when we had the triennial report, we did a report on the aggregate levies and it showed some companies significantly behind. So when it goes into general revenue, does that get reflected on the general aggregate levy spreadsheet?
Yes, so it essentially gets shown as revenue, but then the transfer to reserve gets shown as an expense. So the net effect on our operating is zero. And it's moved, it flows through there, and then you see that in the reserve balance as we increase.
Okay, so I appreciate that. So if company A makes a payment of $50,000, does that appear in the spreadsheet that we received as
Yes.
part of the triennial report?
Yes.
At the end of the year or beginning of next year?
What we've been doing with that spreadsheet is that we're showing the payments received because the aggregate levy process is we're self-reporting by the aggregate producers. So they're self-reporting, so we don't know what that number is gonna be. The way we've actually been doing the due diligence on it is that we've been having those audits require them to provide the paperwork. And so that report is not necessarily, it's not necessarily gonna see it on this particular report, but when we get those reports after the audit, we correct the prior year's reports. So that's why we show you 3 years of reporting on that, on those aggregate levy reports. So that you can see that if we did get the information and it applies back to a past year, that we're showing what that amount was. So it's not from an accounting standpoint where we're trying to say accrual reporting, we're doing that more on a cash basis, and but we're showing it. We go back and say, here's all 4 quarters of what this particular producer provides.
Yeah, and it's at what rates they produce it for us too, right?
Yes, and the rates are set by the province. So the dollar value per ton is set by the province. They report us the tonnage, and then we get that, we're auditing their tons. So they sold 12 tons, but they reported 6. That's where we get their books and we audit them to make sure that they're actually reporting all 12 tons.
That's where.
Yes.
The correct levy. And then just one final question. As part of our budget process, we authorized administration to, I believe, do some upgrades to our records management system and also accounts. Like, are we getting rid of Diamond and
Yes.
New system?
We got, I got a couple of quotes on, so I'll have Christiane talk about the records management system. We got a couple of quotes on somebody to come in and give us the recommendations on the replacement of the system. And so what we've asked the person to do is give us the recommendations of, do we bite the bullet and keep the system? Do we go to something completely new, or is there a hybrid of something in between those two? So, and it's going out and looking at what's out there. Our concern with Diamond at this point is that even though support ends 2026, we have to spend money on a SQL server by the end of 2025 if we're gonna stay with that system. And it's significant, it's a 10-year license, so.
That's similar to what the business case.
Yes. Yeah, so we got quotes, we haven't got that one hired yet, so I would like to get one more quote just to make sure that.
To be clear, it's someone to help us navigate which of those options and which available system we might consider. The quote does not get us a new system.
That's correct. Yeah, because that is gonna be significant dollar values either way, but whether we stay with this current system. Whether we stay with this current service provider and change to their new system, or go to a completely different system.
So is it Diamond that's compatible with the fire department? Or it's not compatible with?
Diamond's been working quite well for the fire at this point, so they have a separate system for reporting and categorizing the individual bills, and then we do the from finance perspective, we do the final billing to the customer. Okay. Yeah, so and what it is Diamond's current agreement with Microsoft has expired. And so there is still a Diamond system, and one of the results might be that we stay with Diamond, but we go to their new system that's separate from the current Microsoft provision of that service. So
Christian?
We have signed the records management contract with the company that we choose, one of them that was on the business case. We're starting developing a new detention schedule, which will come forward to the council in the following month. With every department, I work with every department to find out their individual needs or documents, and we're developing everything into electronic.
Get rid of some of those boxes.
Yeah, a lot of those boxes that we have are permanent records that we do not, just yet. We have to scan them eventually, and then we will decide what to do with the boxes.
All right, any other questions for Rodney?
Councilors might remember that during the presentation of the 2025 to 2027 business plan, we may deviate from the schedule that was presented in the business case for the record management program because of a more recent development being the need to adopt the replacement for the FOIP regulation, which is called
The Access to Information Act, and Privacy Protection Act are new. So we have to develop a whole new file to it.
So some of you obviously heard about that at the legal summit. So at the first triennial, we'll be probably seeing it. Yes,
So do we have somebody hired now for records management?
Will that will be me?
That's right.
Okay, anything else? If not, I can move that Lamont County Council accept the CFO Corporate Services Department Activities Report as information. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Yeah. It's carried 5-0. Maybe let's go around to one more here, the 7.5, the tax roll request.
So, Mr. Reed, this is, I don't remember if this one came as a correspondence item in the past. Regardless, it's one that is a little different than some of the other requests for cancellations of late payments. Mr. Boyko will take you through the specifics.
Thank you, Mr. Janowski. So on page 114 is a request from a resident. Essentially, they made his letter stating an honest mistake when paying his taxes online. So this was a bit of an anomaly in the fact that this ratepayer paid the town of Lamont through our option pay system. The option pay system is the credit card processing where the county doesn't absorb the credit card costs, the individual does. So they paid their taxes to the town of Lamont on June 25th. The town of Lamont staff contacted our tax clerk at that time, letting know of the error. And it was reversed at that time. Unfortunately, there was a bit of a gap in time frame between then getting communication to the ratepayer about what happened, and there was information sent both by letter, and then that person was able to contact us by phone. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to store a lot of phone numbers for our residents, so most of our communication is through the mail. The taxpayer then, within the 10 days, paid their amount that they owed online through the option pay system through to Lamont County. And there were a couple of emails that went back and forth. Unfortunately, there was some errors, if you'll see on page 114. Christine.b is actually the wrong email address for we have a Christiane.b and a Christiane and a Christine.s. So there was some concern with the emails and the address that went through. Normally, these RFGs, we recommend that council deny the request for a waiver of penalties. However, the ratepayer has acted in good faith and paid the outstanding amounts when he became aware of his error. And Lamont County could have identified the outstanding penalties earlier and more often. And so there is some shared responsibility there. So administration is recommending on this one to cancel the July 1st penalty in the amount of $270.97 for the tax roll 039-352-030. Council does have the options though to uphold the penalty, and we would then notify the ratepayer. But essentially, the administration does feel that there was some shared responsibility for these particular people. You'll see the receipts on page 115 and 116. That does show, that they did make the effort to pay as soon as they could.
Recall, did we have a similar request this once before, where they pay to the town?
I never. Yeah, 78 when we were talking about it.
There is some confusion when we both use option pay, and as well both when they're paying through the bank. It's Lamont Town of and Lamont County of. It can be confused for people when they're setting up their bill payments. We do often have this this type of thing a lot of times, where the shared responsibility comes from is that we, like I said, we could have responded faster. Also, our system didn't tell us that there was a rejected email. They may have got that rejection email as well.
It didn't happen.
Yeah.
We don't have phone numbers on our tax notices on our tax.
No, we didn't. So we update our name and address system from what we get from land titles. So land titles gives us address changes once a month. And land titles does not provide phone numbers. So we only have phone numbers for those people who have actually provided it to us.
Yeah, ironically, he's paid $171.50 and he used his credit card in both places or whatever he used, right?
Yeah, exactly. He paid significant charges to the credit card company as well, so. It's yeah, so, and we really saw it in this one.
So is this any different than the situation we had last week? It's not 20 years.
Yeah. It's kind of an honest mistake, this one, for sure.
Well, this person responded in 10 days, just didn't respond fully.
Yeah.
I think so too.
Somebody make motion and we'll do the vote.
I move that the Lamont County Council direct administration cancel the July 1st, 2024 penalties in the amount of $270.97 for tax roll 039352030.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yeah.
Carried 5-0.
That's it.
All right, then we will recess at 12:03 and reconvene at 12:45.
Microphone is on. Camera is on. Recording has started and I will admit the call.
All right, welcome back to the February 25th, 2025 regular council meeting. We'll reconvene the meeting at 12:46. And we ended up on item 7.6, the follow-up action report.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. The report goes from page 117 to 125. We continue to make good progress. Obviously, we show various things that are shaded that are complete and will be coming off. And there are those that are shaded darker that are ongoing. And will be removed, say either when a piece of equipment is delivered or when a certain project is fully complete. So happy to answer any questions, please use the reference somewhere. If you don't have any questions today, I'm happy to take them offline.
No,
Go ahead.
no, but, no, yeah. Do you have number 9? Did they actually come with the date? Do we know which? Just so we can start. That's for the golf tournament, sorry.
Well, we're leaving with August 21. I don't know whether the golf course is operating and has confirmed yet.
Oh, okay, no, that's all it was.
I added number 38, Point Bar Resources. They came in here since their meeting, since they've been here and nobody's responded to them.
Mr. Dietz is bringing a report back to the next council meeting. Owing to absence initially and then collecting information. Darby, there is no number 38.
I added number 38 because they've got a hold of me that nobody's heard anything. Today is the third meeting since they were here on as a delegation. And they haven't heard from anybody.
This is in reference to number 20, the sixth, we got to that one, for the next council.
We talked about it after we settled that.
We talked about it since the original delegation. That was regarding what amount they're paying for road use agreements.
The discussion was around the required bonding for the road use, and whether or not they would be allowed to haul on roads without bonding them, really only haul once.
So the resolution says to prepare a report for a future council meeting, and that will be March 11th. Councilor Rick, did you have something?
No, it's number 31, but. We'll get to that, we'll get to that one.
Mr. Deep, you want to?
Yeah, unfortunately, that one has gone on much longer than it should have. I'm hoping that it's going to be resolved.
Yeah, that's just, he's around for a bit and then I know he's gone for a while, so.
The recurring number 5. There is some concern expressed in the community why when we present Kevin, why we present company A, B, C, and D or whatever. You indicated to me you responded to that on Facebook.
Yeah, we had prepared a response on social media. And it had to do with preserving the identity and competitive approaches of various proponents. Consistent with procurement law. As I indicated in that post, where council wants to know who the proponents are, we have on occasion gone into closed session and present.
All the other counties around us have it, put it out in the open. Who did what?
That may be the case when we take approach to we take, we not run the risk of people not being willing to bid on our projects because they would be exposed.
Even Alberta government, every project they got on there, whether it's roads or whatever, it's, they got everybody's bid on there, the amount they bid and everything. Read on the internet the day the bids close.
Yeah, they may present the name of the bid, but not provide any specifics of how they position the bid. That is a possibility.
They have all the bids in order that from small, cheapest to most expensive all the way down.
One thing that we can do, and we have done this past, and when the successful bidder is approved, we can actually fill the name in of the successful bidder on the resolution. But I know that if I was bidding on something and I chose to deeply discount or to provide a more fulsome warranty or some other after sales service, I might not want all my competitors to know what I'm doing to be able to win bids.
Question they're asking is what we're hiding, so. And it's the ratepayers that are asking.
If we're hiding anything, I think it's a matter of when these companies bid. Sometimes you'll have the same company, if it's a GM dealer, you can have 2 or 3 GM dealers that bid on the tender, but they can have 3 different prices. I guess one of the reasons we're going A, B, and C or D could be you're protecting the identity of the one dealer that's given the best deal. Which if the ratepayers are able to see that, it could be to the detriment of the other dealers that bid.
They used to show it before, we never did it for.
Yeah, anyway, we responded on Facebook, why we do it.
It's also in our FAQ page on the website. So we have a commonly asked questions page on the website for those type of questions.
Okay, any other questions regarding the follow-up action report? No, that the motion to accept it as information. And
I move that the Lamont County Council accept the follow-up action February 25th, 2005, post information.
questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. 7.7, Ranger 191, Township 534.
We had, at my coffee talk meeting there for Division Two, this was brought up as a concern corner, high traffic, low visibility and no signage. We had our peace officer go out, our CPO, go out and do an assessment. And actually at our, coffee talk, our Ag Service Board fieldman was there, and he suggested that they could do the brushing just to clear the corner for line of sight at least. So, under the CPO's advisement and under our ASB Ag Fieldman, they've decided that best thing to do would be to do the brushing. So that's we just brought it forward. To do signage would be like a next step. And all the signage is going to do is give you the ability to like attribute blame to an accident, but it's not so much as going to stop it. 534 heading east and west, there is no other yield signs or stoppages. And then there is a couple going, or around 192, there's a yield sign. But we brushed those corners too, but that yield sign was previous, and the rest of the way down, there's no more yield signs. So I was gonna make a recommendation that we direct administration to undertake recommended brushing on Range Road 191 and 534. Unless there's any other discussions that Reed would ask you about.
So in order to have brushing, we have to pay easements.
So if we're working within the county right of way, we don't. If we're doing brushing on private land, then we would need to get permission from the landowner. Right.
It's on, no.
So historically, if we're on owner's property, how far back do you brush?
That would be a question for Mr. Leniak. I'm not sure.
Usually minimums, they'd like to go 150 feet up to 300, but.
But he has indicated that he's prepared to, put this location next on the list, given the peace officer's assessment.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna contact the landowners to see how far they get, who would approve.
Where does that reflect your motion on the board? Hopefully you can do it this year. I'm sure you can.
Yeah, I think he said he's already got it. Terry was talking, he mentioned to me yesterday that he has it in his brushing for 2025.
All right, any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried. 7.8, drug testing, Neil.
The drug testing policy, I want to know why we're not following the drug testing policy. We have, an employee in the first week had 3 incidents, and now it's week number 3, and he had another incident yesterday, and not one drug test been taking place. They, all these, occurrences were witnessed by ratepayers that do not work for the county. And, I want to know why we're not following policies.
Copy of the policy that Ms. Lamont handed out, that she's done, I'm not aware of an incident yesterday.
I believe there was an incident, we had a garage truck stuck in the yard and attempted to try and push it. And dozer and the brakes light bent the bar of the truck. And I can see all the time.
Policy speaks to pre-employment testing and it speaks to post-incident drug and alcohol testing. I'm looking at section 2B. And the post-incident drug and alcohol testing occur when there's a serious work-related incident that occurs that results in damage to county property at the county, or that results in the need of medical treatment due to injury, or a near miss that occurs that could have had the potential for more serious consequences. And then section E says, it's not required when it's determined by CAO or investigator that the action of the employee was not a contributing factor to the incident. So, reading the policy, it suggests that not every incident results in a drug and alcohol test. There was considerable amount of discussion around an incident where a culvert that was not known to the operator, that was not marked, was struck, and it resulted in a shearing pin breaking off and a flat tire. So a shearing pin would qualify as potentially a mechanical failure. It's supposed to fail so that the grader isn't damaged. I imagine there was more than one employee involved in the incident that Mr. Dietz has just advised me of yesterday, so I don't know how you attribute it to one employee. Was there damage to county property? Yeah, I guess there was. Thinking about where you might go with this matter when you add it to the agenda, I looked at the triannual report that said that there were 75 incidents last year. A drug and alcohol costs $165, and roughly speaking, it might take 3 hours for 2 employees to escort this person to a test. So, you know, gross figures, that would be about $28,000. I don't know, maybe I'm interpreting this policy too broadly, but I have not seen somebody do something egregiously and obviously related to impairment going based on the assessments of the investigator, as it says in section E.
But last year we had an employee scratch a tailgate and they loaded him up and took him straight to Fort Saskatchewan for drug and alcohol test. The first incident, the ratepayer has pictures in the dip spinning the front tire to help front fender brackets and a leak in the four-wheel drive system and a copy of the back tire trying to get out. And then in the first 4 days, there were 3 incidents. And now we got a 4th incident. And last summer, you scratch a tailgate, you go, and this one is in quite a bit of money.
Don't recall the incident of scratching the tail. Certainly has to do with likely one vehicle hitting another or hitting another.
No, it was hooking onto a 5th-wheel trailer and they forgot. Someone with the tailgate, they backed up too far. And they got taken in, and it's a long-time employee that we had here. We got a new guy that's in the first week. And when I questioned how we hired somebody without advertising, and I got told the story on that one too. Since we've been advertising for grader operators, there's a few more local people that are due to changes in some construction company. There's people looking for jobs, and they said this one was highly recommended. And we got 4 incidents already and no drug testing, which we have a policy for, so.
We had a grader with the door of the grader shed, it was in December. Person was taken, so when the investigator person determines that there might be a contributing factor, they're gone. I guess the belief hasn't been that there's been a contributing factor. Yeah, three incidents in a short period of time. Sounds bad? Really, only one of them was serious with the shearing off of the.
No, the first one had more damage. And it's ratepayers seen it. And they're wondering what to do, is they're not following policy, I'll bring it up. I highly recommend they phone municipal affairs and ask what they can do from there, so. And they got a list of the ratepayers to send pictures. So they
So is there a better way this policy can be written so it's less subject to interpretation?
follow the policy for everybody the same way. One guy's crashed the tailgate, he's gone. Here we have over 10 grand damage in four incidents and not once. And came highly recommended. I didn't see no advertising. I thought we brought up that we're gonna be advertising for positions so the locals have a chance to qualify or whatever.
I'm reading the policy right now, like D1 is pretty straightforward here. It says section D reads, post-incident drug and alcohol testing will be required in cases where an employee is involved in a serious work-related incident occurs that results in damage to county property. So if I can have Russ comment on it, not to pit Peter against Russ, but to me, I interpret that as you do damage to a property. We don't specify in any definition here what a serious incident is.
And I'm happy to respond to that, thank you, and that was part of where I was gonna go is. The definition, and perhaps that's something we need to look at as a definition of what constitutes a serious incident. The reality is that there are lots of incident reports that we receive on an ongoing basis where there will be minor incidents or near misses. And there may be cases where we have near misses that don't result in property damage if we have suspicion that somebody is under the influence, where we say that's a perfectly good reason to do testing. And on the other side of things, and I do recall some of the discussion on this, if you have an operator who, for example, clips a culvert and breaks a pin, but the person or the supervisor, the manager goes out and says, you know, it was hidden, it was blind, they couldn't have seen that it was there. We may look at it as a performance issue if it's a regular event where it's where there's multiple instances with the same operator. But if we look at it and say, you know, that's, yeah, they should have been more careful, or that's understandable why that occurred, and we don't have any reason to believe that it's drug or alcohol related. What we have been doing is not requiring testing. Now, if the direction that we want to go is every incident required that results in any equipment or property damage triggers automatic testing, we can set that as a standard. There will be costs associated with it, but if that is where we want to go with it, we certainly can. I'd be somewhat concerned that the result of that is people being less likely to report minor incidents or near misses if we're going to go with that standard. But I would understand where you want it to come from with it. So I've always gone with the idea that a major incident is one where we have potential liability, and so we want to confirm that there's no drug or alcohol. So that we know our legal position with it, unless there's reason to believe that there was drug or alcohol as a contributing factor. But I think it would be reasonable to try to see where our guidelines are so that we don't have circumstances where we have one incident where somebody is taken for testing and others where they aren't, and that consistency would be an issue.
2 tires and a four-wheel drive orbit motor and fender brackets is a pile of money. They said that the tire was put on its speed, but it's got a brand new Michelin tire there now. That was the first incident on day number 2. It's so
if I go, sorry, Neil, if I go to read section E and here again, we got some vagueness here, right? Because section E says drug and alcohol testing is not required when it has been determined by a CAO or investigator that the action of the employee was not a contributing factor. So if the employee is involved in incident, how can it not be a contributing factor?
Well, you might look at the circumstances and say, at, you know, something like, they were grading and they had no way of seeing because of the snowdrift that there was an obstacle that was hit. If you look at that and say that a reasonable person in operating under those same conditions might have had that same effect, or perhaps they hit a rut and vehicle goes into a ditch. If, you know, I had a circumstance one time where I rear-ended somebody and the police, when they showed up, skidded right through the same intersection that I did, trying to pull up to the scene. They said, clearly there's contributing factors. I don't know what the right answer is. I know that up to this point, we've always viewed it as discretionary, and if the desire is no longer discretionary, we're taking people every time there's any instant report, we would take people for drug testing.
How much damage to the trailer yesterday, Darby?
Based on what I've seen, we're probably in it for a few $1,000s for hauling.
The first one, was witnessed by a wayfarer in the ditch, spinning with a flat tire, took out the brackets on the thing. When you're in the ditch and you're spinning with a flat tire, I think that's pretty good cause to go see what you're up to.
Honestly, I think that we have to define our policy a little better here, because the way I interpret the policy, that's the way it's written here. To me, it's kind of indicating that if a person's involved in an accident, it's a contributing factor. It's, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, the operator of the truck wasn't a contributing factor. Well, maybe he was, he got the truck stuck. So, yeah, it just, yeah, like, I think we need some better definitions in the policy.
I think that's fair, and I can come back to council with proposed amendment to the policy that provides some definitions and some better clarity for guidelines, so that we don't have, so that it's not as discretionary as it is currently.
Isn't there a push block?
Yeah, he instead of coming square and pushing the way you're supposed to, he came at an angle and ripped everything off. And that's fourth incident.
Yeah, I guess that's maybe a concern to council for incidences, and I don't know how long the guy's been with us.
Well, the first 4 days, there were 3.
So. Okay, so. How do we do this direct administration to? It's not a tweak to review our drug testing policy.
Forward amendments?
Yeah.
To address and or to address post-incident testing requirements.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yes.
You okay with that?
Yeah. So what happens, like,
Well, it's too late
so what
now.
happens now? I mean,
It's
there's
too late.
been, well, there's 4 incidents. It still doesn't matter, even if we don't do a drug and alcohol test, it's still 4 incidents.
It's the ratepayers' money, it's over 10 grand guaranteed for all 4. And it's in the first month, like, it's unbelievable. And it's all ratepayers that are sending pictures that aren't county employees.
Heaven forbid if they are, they'll get the cans, but. And the thing is, they never advertised and it came highly recommended.
The rest of these incidences be written up in the personnel file.
It It's usually only we retain all records of any instance, so there's always incident reports. Unless there's disciplinary action taken after an incident where we find that somebody was at fault, then we don't typically maintain within the personnel file. But in this circumstance, and I wasn't aware of the case yesterday, we will have a discussion with respect to the employee.
Neil, this is your item, you want to make a motion?
Like I said, the other guy had suffered $200 damage and goes for a drug test. Here we got over 10 grand. The Lamont County Council Direct Administration to bring forward amendments to address post-incident drug testing requirements to policy 4162H to further a future company.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Whitus. Any further questions or concerns?
Well, I think that's part of the training or competence of the operator. You know, anytime you're pushing, why wouldn't you just come straight in line instead of off to the side? You're not really pushing, you're changing his location too, eh? So.
Well, the gravel would come on and it came, so all you need is a little push from the back straight,
Yeah.
which we do all the time. But he got at an angle and twisted everything because he was changing, like I said, pushing the trailer sideways and forward and ripped everything off.
Okay. Any further comments? Not all in favor of Councillor Whitus's motion? It's carried 5-0. And 7.9. Cease communication policy.
That strike three at my coffee talk, so I was really shocked to see that Peter said I can use his name. Peter Lissett got written up for strike one for his concerns with his neighboring industry. I was shocked here that I thought we brought the policy in for people that are a little bit on the violent side or whatever, or threatening or whatever. And the only thing scary here is that Peter gets excited, he stutters. So I want to know who else has gotten letters or if I got a problem with my taxes, I can only come in on the third try, nothing's done, then I can't come in no more. And when we were doing the policy, I was warned by a person that was on a town council before and a counselor from another county that has been watching us. And he said it's gonna cost, he said that the way that policy is being written, it's not to protect if somebody comes slamming their fist on the counter. It's like here, Pete, he's got a problem, nothing's getting done. So he's got strike one already.
He's got a strike. He's already on strike three.
Yeah, because well, they gave him for coming to coffee talks, a public meeting. And he gets a strike.
Mr. Lissett was added to the cease communication list some time ago. Nothing changed at the coffee talks. In fact, he was free to say and express anything he wanted to be good or not.
Well, also, if I read the letter that was sent to Mr. Lissett on December 12th, I think it sent council a copy of this, but it says,
Well, there have been numerous prior contacts. This contact at the October coffee talk has been tracked. The policy is that, okay, no, that's not. Detached ceasing communication policy indicates that once a resident contacts the county 3 times with the same question and where there is no further information or resolution available, and in particular,
The contract.
yeah, is rude or belligerent, staff is authorized to follow the defined procedures. So my question is, did he actually get a cease communication order?
Yes.
But it says if you're belligerent, how's he belligerent by coming and asking a question?
Were you there?
Did he swear at somebody?
Yelling? screaming, making staff cry.
I highly doubt it. I grew up with this guy. He's pretty timid. He was at the meeting all morning. He's a very timid man. I wanna know who else is on these lists of our ratepayers.
So I had sent letters, or I advised council whenever one of these 6 communications letters had been issued. I will advise you offline who else has received. I think there are 2, maybe 3 others.
I have a question there, something about too, so, and it's pertaining to Mr. Lessig's situation. Everybody that's been to the meetings and been in here, we've dealt with him and his contract neighbor, they're having issues. Some of the things that we addressed that they're not compliant, they're still not compliant for him. So his is an ongoing issue that he's having. And there's been a noise bylaw issue that's going on, but he asked the question, and I'm not, I know who sent this letter, but the question is, will Lamont County adopt the noise bylaw? And I'm not sure if any other councilors made this. I wasn't here for this meeting, obviously, but I would have objected to whatever you said here. There are no plans to adopt the noise bylaw? You guys realize that we have industry coming into and we're gonna have to adopt a noise bylaw. It's the heartland. So this letter was sent by one of our administration to him saying that nothing's happening. And he has major industry right next door to him.
Mr. Reed, if you look at the follow-up action list, will say that there are no resolutions directing staff to develop a noise bylaw. So it's not unusual for the author of that letter to say there are no plans. It's council's desire that we do a noise bylaw. Please direct us to do so. Very difficult, very costly to implement.
I have a question. So if he came in tomorrow with the dust issue,
Yes, we would deal with him on the dust issue. It's just the items where there are repeated, similar, same question with no new information or no resolution.
So how is that with this one? Because this question, it says right here, this question has been answered multiple times. We know through Mr. Bunn from downstairs that they have had multiple noise issues. We've had multiple where they even monitored the noise. They have monitoring out there.
They being so.
They being so. In collaboration with Lamont County, everybody's working together. Even Mr. Lessig, for as many times as he's in here, he's working diligently, and he said it's going good. Even at the meeting there, it was, they're progressing, right? But it's just to come to a standard where everybody can live in the same area and work in the same area. But it's been answered multiple times and there's no plans to adopt. So I don't get the phone calls from Mr. Lessig all the time, but the people that work downstairs that have now said, oh, you asked too many questions, so we're gonna cease. How many times has he been asked about the noise bylaw that it didn't come to council for us to even know that we should actually be implementing one now, instead of being reactive when we get industry here, instead of being proactive when we have a minor industry here now that's making noise?
We have in general terms discussed in this chamber the advisability of the noise bylaw. And as I said before, there has been no direction for us to.
so I have a question. So when we get an application from a gravel extraction, how come they have set hours? Yeah, and we can only work from 7 till 6 or whatever it is. Maybe a Saturday, but nothing on Sunday. Isn't that for noise?
Yeah, that's generally a condition of the development permit. Now, I'm not equipped to speak specifically to every development permit in the area. This Irving has brought information to the council meetings in the past. But there are certain development agreements that were approved that were not appealed. And now the conditions on those development permits continue.
Ours are two different actually. So we have extraction, they're not classified as extraction because of where they're at, they're classified as a process. So they're not extraction on it. That's why there's different hours. I yeah.
Reason for the hours.
Yeah, no, but that was, cause I think I asked that question and Mr. Tarnowski answered that one for us. They're not extraction, they're classified as process.
But they're hauling in now and the tailgates are slammed at 7 in the morning. He said they are shutting down about 5:30, but before 7 they're.
The cease communication order. Obviously, he brought up something multiple times. Do we know what that particular item was?
The noise at the
It's
plant.
the noise, but it started from before. It's been a whole, it was the dust before and then it's did they have an actual permit, but like an operation permit, or do they have a development permit? Then we all went out and visited the site, was where the dust, then they have a spot where their lay down yard was supposed to be, and now it's a pile of dirt that the wind is blowing it off of there because it's not put in the right spot. There's multiple issues that have been coming, but it's a he said, she said. They're working, they've had multiple people that have been working there now. And now this Ron fella who's the one in charge is actually, I guess they're making good headway. So.
Mr. Reed, if council wants to revisit the specifics, Mr. Visic's case, we can have the attorney come in and provide a reminder and advise of any new.
We gotta get her to find out what noise bylaw, or sorry, the last permit they got, what their I'm just looking up on permits here. What's the noise level still is allowed in their permits? So when they got their last permits, there should be something in there saying how much noise they can make. Correct?
We have nothing in our plan. Use bylaw related to commercial operations.
Okay, that answers that.
We do have for residential. Ironically. But we don't have to.
So I would, if I could come in, I suggest that we go with the question of the CC communications separately from the specifics of the case that we all brought up, and I'd be happy to have it and recap and provide any new information.
Well, when do we rescind the Steve communication? Is it a late thing? Probably don't recall.
No, I don't think it is. In fact, there is one
Because you
person,
can even get out of jail.
there is one person with whom to whom we issued a cease communication, who showed that he was working with us in a productive way, and we suspended it for some time. But then it returned to the same issues. So
You know, give you the information, how many more are on this list? Of our ratepayers are on this list.
very good.
Obviously, this was an add-on to the agenda, so we can't have all the information you want, but maybe we need a notice of motion or whatever, so that we bring the cease communication policy back to a future council meeting.
So notice of motion would have happened before this meeting. It's your desire to make a motion that we bring it forward for.
Maybe motion three, I'll make motion three of that.
And is there anything in particular you'd like for us to bring forward?
We'll go over it. I like
The only issue is though, I don't want to be that guy, like we're still discussing, but even for this issue with Sill's not in the heartland. So you said we have a residential. Do I not have to follow by a residential then?
But they're zoned industrial.
So industrial, we're not doing heartland. Are they classified as industrial right where they're at? Well, they have to be.
Land use bylaw.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
doesn't matter where you're located. You can be located at 1 by Ross Creek. If you're zoned industrial, you can have a grave there and nobody can do anything about it.
Yeah.
I think we're looking more at the specific case here. And I think that what I would like to know is what constituted the 3 strikes for this particular individual.
That could be a second motion is to direct you to advise council who else is on the list.
And
Why?
we have to have some resolution or time limit, and it's like where you can get out of jail card.
Well, that'll be part of the first one, when you review the policy and get the recommendation.
Well, there's also go to the council, because I mean, see, even the other two, if they've been directed not to call anymore, and yet they keep calling us, and we're letting you deal with this. And you're diligent with putting those out, just how long do they last for? Like you said, maybe, like you said, the one fella had been taken off the list and then put back on the list. Just
The other thing, and maybe Miss Irving, maybe you know this, Peter. My understanding is that still provides us the readouts of the noise on site.
Correct. That's something that can be shared with council in closed session, but it's not something that we're able to share. That's
Public.
sales information.
But we can do it in closed section.
Yes,
You need sales permission to do that.
we'll get.
Being permission for.
That's after dinner.
But private information still has the noise tracker on the property, so it's their information, right?
Yeah.
They share it with us, but we really don't have the authority to share it with anyone else.
We're not, but I'm not, you just showing it to council in camera. And he has to get permission to show council in camera.
You should consider.
Yeah, you probably have to get permission, so it's their documentation, right?
The only time. Right to camera, what I gotta say. It's ridiculous, already.
We're gonna be going into camera later.
Okay. I'll discuss it there.
Lose your thumb.
I won't lose it.
All right. That's the motion on board here.
This one.
Bill, you want to put one of them on the board there?
Yeah, Lamont County Council Direct Administration, bring back the ceasing communication policy 4202 to a future council meeting.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? And somebody want to do the second one there?
There you are. There is no second.
We're the second one, is it the same thing?
This one.
You want to shade it there?
Lamont County Council Direct Administration to bring back information on issued ceasing communication letters to a future council meeting.
You voted that one already. It's number 130.
Nope.
No.
No, that one. Now we're at the 4202 to bring back the policy in this one, but that list that I want.
Is this
Thought
one?
we were having trouble.
Issued letters. Very good.
Okay, you put that one on board, Councilor Whitus?
Yeah,
Vote it on. We just gotta vote on the second one.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried. We're good. We will move on to item number 8, Committee of the Whole. So I need a motion that we move the February 25th meeting into Committee of the Whole. And I can do that one, that Lamont County Council will move the February 25th, 2025 regular council meeting into Committee of the Whole meeting at 1:36 p.m. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Item 8.1, Community Halls Transportation Grant Awareness.
Mr. Reed, we're on page 126. This is more an information item for the community as well as council about launching the intake process for the community halls and transportation grants. So, yes, Linda was here to speak to the specifics.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reed. Council, in front of you, I'm just bringing forward the action plan, including the media plan for the launch. Awareness of the opening for our council community halls transportation grants. Once again, this year, we will be opening as of March 1st, and the grant call will end deadlines June 1st. We are adapting the same approach to advertising as last year. I have already drafted letters to previous recipients that will be going out at the end of this week to remind them that the grant is available and have them reapply. We will also be monitoring who's applying coming through the door so that if previous recipients have not got their application in by, the end of May, we'll make sure that they get phone outs as well. We are encouraging council to utilize this as a talking point when speaking with residents that may be connected to community halls within your communities to make sure that they're aware of the funding that's available and encouraging them to apply. They're able to apply utilizing the application form, which is attached to the policy, which is available online. There's also an online application as well, but if they feel more comfortable printing and filling out and providing to the administration building, that's an option as well. And I am also 100% available that if individuals have questions about how to apply or need assistance in the application process, email, my phone number can be given, and I can absolutely assist anyone who's finding challenges in doing so. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Also, have any questions?
When's the deadline for them, Sarah?
June 1st.
Okay.
When are these
There's
letters?
going to be ready for my signature.
Very often.
Boy,
Yeah, next week, so. This question is a little aside from this. Has anyone from the food bank approached you regarding the cow community grant? Is that in progress?
Right now, I'm currently in communication with food bank because they need to create an online profile.
Yeah.
They have to create an online profile. I'm working on it this week because, yeah, I've been assigned to do the writing for them.
Does he get it on his markers?
Yes,
Very well.
it's in our honor radar. Yeah, yeah.
Just sorry, probably bring it up.
Yeah, no.
Forget.
Maybe a little clarification too, because we just recently approved the new policy. There may be some organizations that come across that may be looking to apply for funding that don't necessarily meet the community halls and transportation mandate. The idea of the sponsorship grant is that those individuals can absolutely still apply for funding. They do not have to follow these guidelines. They can follow the sponsorship policy, which is much easier, a lot more flexible, and there is no deadline.
we changed that posture, didn't we?
Yeah, we changed it so that it would allow for the streamline of this process. Yeah.
But could it be the churches have the books together, the church and hall together? And they use the hall for church stuff, right? They can still apply that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they don't have to have separate books.
No.
Right.
Any other comments? I'm so easy. My question was the most difficult. All right, if there's nothing else, yeah, good luck with the advertising. I guess drop the letters in my office and I'll get them signed for you. I'm back in here tomorrow, so I'll have them signed before the end of the day tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, motion to accept this information.
I move that Lamont County Committee of the Whole accept the information on the 2025 community halls and transportation grant awareness campaign as information.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. 8.2, new draft policy for use of drones for municipal purposes.
I believe we are on page 134. This is the result of resolution that council passed on January 8th. The policy for limiting the use of county drones over occupied residential commercial properties will require notification to the landowner. We've looked at some policies of other municipalities. There are a few. We've consulted with legal counsel and the members of the senior admin team have considered all the various situations where we use the drone and the law is pleased to take you through the rest of the RFP and the policy.
We council as Mr. Duffy already reported, we developed this policy fresh. We couldn't find a template from the municipality that exactly has dealt with this issue. I consulted legal counsel for this because particularly we want to have the right wording for council requested. So to start with the as you formulated in your motion to create a policy for occupied residential and occupied commercial properties, which is very restrictive as other properties in the county might have occupied buildings on their land, but are, for example, an agricultural property. So we tried to make this policy as broad as possible while acting on council's direction in this policy. So this is concerning drone flights above properties. And we find it on page 137. Prior to operating a drone above an occupied residence or occupied commercial building, Lamont County flies with notification after Schedule A of the policy directly at the property 48 hours prior to the date of the inspection where possible. So beforehand, the planning department had provided notification when it came to permits directly to the property owner on the occupier. There are some exceptions that are stated in the policy that we concerning the Municipal Government Act, that nothing in this policy shall limit the county's right to operate a drone over any Lamont County right of way or easement. No notice needs to be given in extraordinary circumstances or an emergency situation. Further, we stated in the policy that drone flights are only conducted during reasonable daylight hours, and that the minimum distance to the highest permanent structure on a property is at least 1 kilometer. We heard this detail at the last meeting.
I got a couple friends that are pilots and they said all regulations for flying a drone is on the federal government Transport Canada website. The county, the county cannot put in bylaws controlling public use and municipal use of drones as it falls under federal jurisdiction. There's one more thing, the reason why the county can't do it is addressed in the Municipal Government Act. The federal government has rules for it, and we can't change the federal government rule. Is basically what they're saying.
Sir, we're not seeking to change the rules that the federal government establishes for flying of drones. Council asked us to describe how municipal staff would notify when we are flying drones, presumably in accordance with federal regulations. So this is about the notification, not about whether we fly drones or how we fly drones.
You also referenced the MTA note section of it.
No, he didn't give me that time.
The reason I asked Chief Ward to come in here, when we issue our fire permits, does it give us permission to fly a burn pile without notifying the permit holder prior to doing so?
Yeah. So it says a condition of the issuance of this permit. Do you authorize Lamont County to inspect the pile at a later date?
And it's without you on, we don't need, I think it says that we don't, Lamont County doesn't have to have them present.
Correct.
They can fly without it. I just read mine the other night. So,
Yeah, and we've had a couple of people call and said, I don't authorize the use of the drone on my property. So they didn't apply for.
So they don't have a permit yet, or they do?
So they've decided not to apply for.
Not to apply for a permit. Okay, okay.
So here it says too that the neighbors, they gotta ask neighbors too, and so what happens if the people don't want drone over their property, what happens to them? There's nothing in the policy here that says if me and Aaron live close to each other and they come to me to get permission to fly over Aaron's, there's nothing in this policy that says what happens to a person who doesn't give permission.
Flying over that property.
Well, but here it says, for to get permission from the person and the neighbor.
Where is the neighbor?
Adjoining, properties.
Number and
Yeah, I'm looking for it, it's reading the last thing. Reading and jotting down.
Okay, so Harry's not here, but we fly him over registered drainages. What's our responsibility to just the general landowner?
well, I can respond to that. I have a note here from Mr. Oh, yeah. So, registered drainage issues. Anywhere where there's water, frankly, is deemed conventional, and we are able to fly it. Even if it goes through the middle of Deputy Reporter's property, as long as we fly over the water, of course. Yep. Right.
Wasn't this a discussion at
Yeah.
one of the sessions, whether you can make out the person in the picture or how detailed or how?
Use mine as an example because the drainage ditch goes right through my yard. So that's why we looked into it and that's a great example. Yes, the bill could come. Because that is a drainage ditch to the county.
as long as it's meant, it's used for what it's meant for,
Yeah.
like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I can always, I can be that. I can be, I can always be the guy, I gotta zoom in on my drone, I can fly over yours and read over what's going on in the neighbor's yard. But it's, if it's there to do what the job is for, I mean, just keep it for that job.
But that's why I think this stuff is going out of hand.
And we've got it set here, like she's even got, whereas the drone will not fly below roof level of a permanent structure. We're not going in there and peep in people's windows, we're staying above the roof, we're staying above that.
Jealous, huh?
So somebody asked a question about what if somebody wishes to opt out of the notification that comes as far as being, getting a fire permit. We would need to provide direct notification, not just deemed notification because you applied for a fire permit.
So can I take this one step further then? If we include it in our fire permits, why don't we consider including it in our development permits?
If I'm not mistaken, I think we might. I thought Deborah was going to join us.
E.g., you take out a development permit, one of the conditions are that you allow the flight of a drone to ensure compliance. Provided they take over development.
Not, but it will be.
It will be, okay. Well, then, I think we're just trying to comply with kind of concerns that some citizens had here. And if you look at our land use bylaw and you look at section 534 of the Municipal Government Act, you can inspect the property, but you do need prior notification to the individual to do so.
What happens if somebody, it says here, page 137, the top, page 2 of the thing. Prior to operating a drone, building Lamont, written notification 48 hours prior to the date of inspection. So what if they don't give you, what if they say, no, you can't fly over my property, then what are you gonna do?
See, we're not asking for permission, but providing notification.
Courtesy call. We're notifying we're gonna do that. We're not telling them. We're not asking whether we can or not.
Yeah, when they asked for drones, it was brought up, somebody said it's gonna be used for spying on the neighbors and stuff, and it was told at our budget meeting that we're not using it for this. That's what is brought up in the budget meeting, that we're not getting the drones, we're getting one for the fire department, one for drainage, for the drainage crew, so drainages and brush piles and stuff, and see where the fire is going. That's what was brought up in budget meetings. That we are not using drones for exactly what you got here. We're using it for drainages and fire.
Saying using drones to spy on anybody, but it's neither unusual nor unrealistic for us to look at things like boundaries of properties, as well as for us to look at whether developments are where they're supposed to be or where they're not supposed to be. Whether it's by using a survey or a drone or any other mechanism.
Are we subscribed to Google Earth? And Google Earth Live when we have our meetings, never, you guys get a key in it, give it a shot of land.
It's not live, it's about a 2-year delay.
I thought we were on Google Live, Google Earth Live.
No, there's no live satellite telemetry, no.
we used at our development meetings
Yeah,
here.
that's nothing current.
Okay.
Even my Google Earth here. Was a couple months ago.
They got Google Earth live.
Yeah, that's flying over your place all the time.
Gotta be under 400 feet, because that's where the rifle is.
Yeah.
Technically, if we follow the federal aviation rules, it's really nothing that restricts us from flying a drone over private property right now, is there? Right? So you choose to fly a drone over my place, you're within your rights. If we choose to fly a drone over anybody's property in Lamont County, we're still within our rights. What we're trying to do here is saying, before we do that, we're gonna notify you. Now, if
I said, we're just being good neighbors, that's all.
concern was brought up, we're trying to address that.
Yep.
People said, I don't want you flying over my place without me knowing. So we're trying to address that here. We take this away, back to a free throw.
Well. And it says in here that they don't own the airspace.
No. As long as you're not flying over 400 feet, and I think the federal guidelines give you, they give you how low you can fly.
Federal guidelines are 1 meter above the total structure.
Above structure. So as long as you're within that 1 meter above of structure and 400 meters, we're free to fly around people's properties. So this isn't a case of allowing us to fly over properties. This basically ensures that we give notice to the property owners that we're gonna do that.
One of the questions earlier was, does or will our development application indicate by making application, you recognize that there may be drones flown over your property?
Will it say that? If it says that, if you want it to be in the policy, we can absolutely add that to the.
Yeah,
To the application.
Your development application.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it's in the policy, we can add it to the development application so that if they submit and they sign, that there's that's included, but we're already allowed to enter the property at any time as part of the development permit application. What we're having the most issue with is enforcement, and where there is no notice and they don't know that we're entering the property. So we're already allowed to enter the property, and we already use drones for that purpose for development permit applications. But we can add that to the application, absolutely, and that's a very good practice, I would say.
Anything else? So are there any changes council wants to make? If not, we'll entertain a motion to bring the draft policy back to a future council meeting. I will entertain a motion.
I move the Lamont Committee as a whole direct administration to bring the use of drone policy back to a future council meeting.
Very good, Councilor Nutter. Any questions or concerns? Say that, all in favor. Yep.
Ready to come in. I had to read it over more, but I guess we got time before it comes to the meeting.
Yes, sir.
Just to bring it back, they're bringing
Bring
it
it
back
back,
as
yeah.
amended. That's all they're doing.
All right, bring it back, we'll go through it.
It's carried 5-0. Hey, item 8.3, Public Works Department review scoping.
This is the matter that emerged from February 11th. Oh, I guess. Where we read and indicated desire for council to conduct an external review of public works departments related to operations, whether they're effective and efficient. So the direction was for us to hold a terms of reference kind of workshop. We have prepared some information that may help guide the discussion towards a clear terms of reference for a project. This terms of reference will help determine how broad and how deep the analysis will go. The terms of reference material on page 141, 2, and 3 could represent a project as much as $100,000 done by a third party. Maybe the council wants to narrow it to some specific areas or otherwise. So turn it over to Mr. Boyko, Mr. Farmer to help facilitate a discussion on the potential for a public works department review. Go ahead, Dan.
Thanks, Mr. Gronowski. So, yeah, as Mr. Gronowski said, it's best practice to develop the terms of reference for this type of engagement. So the document that we have attached, is it meant to be a starter for council to be able to add or delete as needed? Of course, adding or deleting items is going to increase or decrease that intended budget. On the bottom page 139, at the end of this discussion, we probably should have these 4 things ironed out. So, what is council's intended budget for this engagement? What type of consultant is desired? Do we want to have an accounting firm like KPMG come and do a high-level analysis? Do we want a governance consultant to look at it? Do we want engineering or an operational? So then what the scope is, so the scope would be what we have page 141, in the top of 142, and then the objectives, and that is on page 132 and 133. So just a little bit of background that we've used to develop this. The Public Works Department is responsible for maintenance and construction of all county infrastructure. So we have including the transportation network, drainage infrastructure, water distribution, equipment, and building. And your council will be very familiar with the items there that was ratified in the 2022, developed in the 2022 budget process and ratified annually as early as 2025 for December. So a couple of items that were added through the year that were not part of the 2024 original budget was reintroducing the private dust abatement program, developing a gravel pit strategy, reviewing the fitment for drainage area and amendments to the gravel program. So it's just a little bit of highlights from 2024. Overall, the department has an operating budget of 11.3 million, not including amortization or capital. And that covers things like staffing, contracted services, material for road maintenance, such as gravel, clay, oil, and calcium. There's 27.5 full-time positions and 19 seasonal staff. So going into the bit of the scope, administration's assumptions were that the core functions are what the council wants to have reviewed. So we have road maintenance in there, transportation capital projects, equipment procurement and maintenance, and drainage. The assumption is that the other items will be out of scope, such as the innate services functions, including grass cutting, weed control, brushing, health and safety functions, and the water and sewer utilities. And then kind of that last page, and I'll have Mr. Farmer help us out with this. This was developed through a review of a number of different RFPs for assessments, and so these items on the page, on pages 142 and 143 are a number of things that may be looked at as project objectives. And yeah, we're not gonna read through them all.
No, I'm happy to just speak to it though, because it was, what we did to support this was looked at the terms of reference from a couple of other, similar projects that were done from other municipalities and compiled them. So I apologize that, there is some repetitiveness within them in terms of the way in which it's scoped. But what you'll see is that it goes from point one, which would be organizational structures. So that would be things like lines of reporting, management practices and you know, the skills of managers and supervisors and the like, and where roles and responsibilities are assigned, through to looking at variations in staffing levels and resourcing. And so we have everything in here from looking at individual staffing levels for different position categories, as well as other forms of resourcing, like equipment. So looking at things like vehicle fleet, looking at operational processes, everything from procurement, work order management, scheduling, capital budgeting, activity programming, or activity reporting, prime contractors, equipment maintenance practices, and then things like a look at the at council's performance and overall service expectations and how that compares to other municipalities, and then other aspects of work like the actual execution of maintenance functions on the roads, and then reporting practices back to council and the public. And of course, benchmarking studies around things like operating costs, fleet size, staff complement, and the like. So I've tried to provide, and then assessing the use of third-party service providers versus in-house resources for everything from, for example, equipment maintenance, road maintenance, capital projects, hauling functions, etc. So I've tried to provide as broad a possible scope in terms of possible objectives that you may want to consider. And I guess the question back would be, what is the scope of your interest in the project, and what would you like to see as objectives when we take this out together?
Okay, so one of my primary reasons for bringing this forward was, I think 7 years ago when I first got on council, there was the common issue seemed to be that county has too many people working for them. There was concerns about the utilization of our MasterCard account. And there was concern about company vehicles being taken home at the end of the day and being utilized for personal travel. I think the MasterCard and the personal vehicle issue has been resolved, but I think that there's still a general concern if you attend our coffee talks. There still seems to be a common concern in regards to the level of staffing we have. And there seems to be a concern regarding the service that's provided and whether that service is cost effective and efficient. And I think that a common concern that usually comes up, I think, is that, is drainage situation in regards to length of time to install culverts. Is that the only issue we have? I don't know. I don't think so. I think there's other areas and I think that that's why this review has to be a little further ranging here. I know that council in authorizing the organization chart, are the people allocated properly? Or do we have too many people in a certain area or not enough people in a certain area? I think that, you know, that's something that, you know, needs to be looked at here. So when I went through the list here, these are the areas that, primary areas that I came up with is review of the organizational structure and lines reporting and lines of reporting to ensure responsibilities are properly allocated. So that relates to staffing, right? So basically that would be a review of the organizational chart and bear in mind that this was related to the Public Works Department. So that's the only department we're looking at here. Review staffing levels to identify potential changes. Do we have enough staff? Do we have too many staff? Could we utilize more seasonal, less seasonal? When do we call back our seasonal? Things like that. Review operational procedures to identify areas of efficiency and cost effectiveness. I think that is it doesn't take much to waste a few $100s. And there are certainly ways that things can be done more efficiently from what I have observed than maybe some of the ways that we're doing things. Maybe you got to rent some equipment instead of trying to utilize your own equipment. And I'm taking most of these off of the list here, right? Review recruitment, promotion, and training practices to identify opportunities to develop a more effective workforce. Are we recruiting the right people? Are we promoting the right people? Do we have the right people in a supervisory position? Maybe somebody's better as an operator than they are as a supervisor, so maybe they're in the wrong role right now or whatever, right? So yet assess the use of third-party service providers versus in-house resources for equipment maintenance, road maintenance, capital projects, and hauling functions. So basically, that covers off drainage, the mechanic shop, capital projects. Are we better off to hire somebody to do our shoulder pull and safety equipment and the manpower? Those are kind of some of the areas that we kind of like to look at. The hauling functions, are we better off to contract or hauling to an individual to look after that, or the current process of hiring contract operators? It's worked for, basically, I did it in 1970, so it's worked for over 50 years, right? But is it going to continue to work, I guess, is kind of the question. So those are kind of the areas that I would kind of like looked at here. It's hard to make changes if you don't have the concrete information and background in order to make those changes. Now, when Aaron had his coffee talks in Shipman on Thursday, and this particular item was brought up, and they asked me what I thought the cost was, Aaron, and I think I said $50,000 to $75,000. So then we got feedback, well, that's a lot of money. Why don't you do it in-house? If you have supervisors and stuff, they should be able to provide you with this information. quite honestly, I'm at the point where I think it's a benefit to our existing workforce and it's a benefit to Lamont County Council to get some outside information or to get an outside perspective on this. I think council's general perspective is anything that's done internally could have a bias to it, right? And even yourself, Russ, I think you've maybe even done a couple of these in your past history here, but because you're employed by us, for us to say, we're gonna get you to do it, it's probably automatically gonna be open to perceived bias, right?
I agree.
On the part of council.
I wouldn't want anything where you didn't trust the result of the process, and so I think that is, it would be a good idea to engage someone else.
But it wouldn't be as much that council, not just, it's the whole organization that you're experiencing.
And I mean, I even got feedback from council. Well, how are we gonna know that the information that we get is gonna be the right information, or who's the right person to hire here? I guess that's why you put it out to an RFP, and the council's gonna have the decision to decide which person from that RFP a person wants to go ahead with, right? And as we heard at the Brownlee Law Seminar last Thursday, an RFP is better than a tender because with an RFP, you don't necessarily have to accept the highest or lowest price. Plus, you can also make changes to the scope and what you want with an RFP. You can kind of negotiate with an RFP, whereas a tender is pretty straight and dry, right? So that's why I think I would suggest the council set this up as an RFP going forward. That's kind of my position on this thing. I don't know, open to council's comments here, where they feel we should be at.
Yeah, I think that was a discussion that I had with you too before, that I think should be out in the open. You can't do it internally. Because I think maybe it's probably biased. Or somebody would decide to think it's biased. They put it that way there.
Brett brings it up that at every coffee talks is the people see what's going on. We still got two, we still got two seasonal drainage crew employees working. We haven't put a culvert in since beginning of November. To do a bathroom, we could have hired somebody, a contracting firm, and had a class 1 bathroom built way cheaper than it is to keep these guys around the track hole, sitting on a pile. Every hour that track hole puts on, we lose $65 an hour in trade-in value. They're 400, 500 grand for a track hole. And they got one tandem truck hauling to the dump, and we got an operator sitting on the pile with the hole up pedaling all day. That's what the people see.
I believe I advised council shortly after the Gruder Heim coffee talk that in fact we had addressed that practice prior to the Gruder Heim coffee talk, and it was one person both operating the track hole and driving the truck.
Not what I see. The truck pulled in and the track hole is swinging already. Whatever, that's what the people see, and that's where we're getting the gears. There's people all over. We still got drainage crew, seasonal staff working, and it's almost time to rehire seasonal staff. So where did that come from in the budget? Seasonal, and all of a sudden we got them. They'll have their 2 weeks off, so they're not full-time, and away we go again.
Maybe I can add a couple more to my scope here. If you look at number 6, to undertake data analytics on road maintenance activities to determine historical patterns and trends that you use to adjust the county's available resources and budgeting approach. I think one of the issues we have, and it's I would hope this report would come back before the election, not due to being able to make some major changes that may be warranted, that may be fall into the lap of the new council coming on board after October here, but I don't know what it costs to grade a mile of road. I don't know what it costs to maintain a gravel road if you include the grading and the snow plowing and the gravel type of a thing. You know, how do you respond to a ratepayer when they say, you know, well, I pay X number of dollars and, you know, I'm not getting any value for my money when probably that grader goes by his place in a month, then he's utilized his tax dollars, so to speak, right? So I think if we had some analytics in regards to certain costs and stuff, that would probably be helpful. Are we using the current technologies that are available out there? I think we've maybe done some stuff that's been positive, but are we using things that make our job most efficient, I guess, kind of thing. That's number 15. And I think this is a big one. Go to number 19, identify opportunities to improve communication between the Public Works Department and the public. Somehow that image has to change. Like, very good image. And the unfortunate part, and Councilor Williams is right. For whatever reason, Public Works is monitored, or Public Works is being monitored by the public right now. And you want to open up the discussion, you don't have to. You have to go to a coffee shop or whatever, and that discussion is probably going to come up. So.
The public sees it when you close the road for 8 days, put one culvert in, when we used to do a culvert a day or a culvert, or 2 culverts a day or a day and a half. And they're closed, we got a road closed for 8 days.
You gotta understand too that half the people that work in public works are ratepayers, and when they go home, I mean, I do the same thing. I could tell you, there was one plant, I hated working at it. I tell people, the other one was the best plant I ever been to. You talk about your work day. When these guys go home, they talk about their work day. It's not hard to figure out where they work. And I mean, you can't stop them. That's their job. They can talk about what they have to say where they work. I can tell you what plant I was just at, and I can tell you that it was the shittiest one I ever been to. The other one was great, but you know, you got people at work here that are ratepayers too. So I mean, if they see where the dysfunction is going on, they can kind of say where it gets passed from person to person, neighbor to neighbor, and then sometimes it gets embellished and sometimes it's the right story, right? You just.
Well, the neighbors see at 7 in the morning, your crew gets to the road and the first load of gravel comes at 1 o'clock. That's when the doors open in the pickup and they go and start doing something. They're waiting on a load of gravel for the whole morning. And then, for the life of me, I don't know why we installed Wi-Fi in the 2 pickups the drainage crew has. What do they need Wi-Fi for? They're sitting in the pickup playing with their phones, waiting for a load to come so they can back a culvert. And that's the neighbors see. They're calling my name. They said all day, 1 o'clock, a load of gravel came. Finally, the guys come out of the pickup and they're going to work. That's the public sees.
Your coffee talks were.
I think when we did the last employee satisfaction survey, sure we discussed it on Thursday. The employees seem to like working here. Like I think the approval rating is what, 90%.
Yeah.
So do they really like the job they do, or do they like the fact that there's a certain amount of latitude while doing that job as to how, I don't know, you know,
What was brought forward was from past employees. They said the information that we were getting was different from what you guys was provided. I mean, they were at it. I mean, Jay took the minutes of it. They were saying that if they were given the survey, sorry, they said the majority of everybody, and I mean, they can say what they want about, nobody knows what each person actually put. So I mean, this is what you're hearing is they put down, oh, no, we didn't like it, we don't like this portion, you know, this portion, whatever else. And our survey comes back and I think we had a 94 percentile rate that everybody was happy like working there. So that's where you get the guys that's, well, I got nothing to lose now, I've already not worked there and this is what they're saying, but then you don't know which, you're hearing both sides of it, right? So. You guys have said, yeah, they enjoy working here, and there's people that enjoyed it completely, they'll tell you that. Then there's other ones that said, no, we gave you information that it didn't, and then. It could be just the same as like their rate, their percentages are way off, it's just because of the same thing as what we had in the RCMP. They said theirs went up 100%, well, when you only have 3 people that send in a survey, 100% means 3 other people entered the survey and it went double. And you have low numbers for the amount of people that fill out a survey or actually do the survey. You don't have really accurate numbers.
The other part that comes into play here, Rodney, and I don't know if we're doing an external survey where I think we decided to engage an external party and to get an analysis from all 5 divisions, but I think that some of the questions on this survey have to be pretty specific as to what people think as to the services that Lamont County is providing, and if they're meeting those services, if Lamont County is meeting those service levels. And then that can also be kind of coordinated with possibly this particular report to kind of put the 2 together here.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Yeah, and that is why we recommended the scientific survey to get. And we don't necessarily want it to be the same questions that we've asked in the past. That did provide a good baseline, but we want the consultants to be able to help us rate the questions in a manner that we're going to get an honest answer from the people who are taking surveys.
else. Sure.
I would assume it's probably 19 controversial evaluation. Yeah.
Seventeen and 19.
I don't know what you want to talk about.
Yeah. Do 17 and 19, right? Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to move into closed session to discuss section 17 and 19 at 2:29 p.m. Any questions or concerns? See none, all in favor? Carried 4-0.
Microphone is open. Camera is on. Recording is on, I will let the public in.
I'm in wait till then.
Everybody.
Okay, welcome back to the February 25th, 2025 regular council meeting. Before we proceed here, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the February 25th, 2025 regular council meeting beyond 4 o'clock. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried. Okay, so we were discussing item 8.3. I'm just looking up that investigation career. There's a recommended motion. Somebody prepared to put it on the table. Come back to it. It's on the green sheet. Page 3 of.
Does Lamont County Council accept
No.
vehicles? That one.
Page 3.
Page 3. That Lamont County Committee of the Whole direct administration to prepare a report for council review based on the presented and amended terms of reference for a future council meeting.
Any questions or concerns?
Mr. Reeve, I suggested just say amended, given that you have narrows the direction.
Friendly amendment. No questions or concerns? All in favor? It's carried 5-0. Now I need a motion. I can do this one, that Lamont County Committee of the Whole return to the February 25th, 2025 regular council meeting at 3:58 p.m. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. We'll move on to committee report. Right, under Beaver Hills Biosphere Region Association meeting on February 12th. The 2025 budget very similar to 2024. The 4 county contributions remain the same as before. 2 new board members were appointed. And then I think everybody on the council and Peter and 2 people from planning got invitations to March 11th open house after our March 11th council meeting. It's a 3-day event. March 11th is an open house where there will be about 18 different booths set up with partners of the Beaver Hills and some government agencies. The last open house was in 2023. There'll be a light lunch on March 11th, 2 presentations, one of which will have Indigenous content. And I guess anyone planning to attend should RSVP. There's sessions on March 12th and 13th, but that's more organizations doing presentations, and then on the 13th, it's kind of a youth summit where they would like to get younger people involved in the biosphere. Nothing from Willingdon Seed Plant and from the Housing Foundation. Nothing. Do we have strategic planning on the 28th? And then there's the rural
Andrew Rural Academy open house on the 28th from 2 till 7 p.m. And that's all I have for reports.
Yeah, I had a community futures meeting last week. They approved a new business in Wellington. And that's a tattoo shop. So you can, everybody can go to Wellington now for tattoos. There's another thing that came up was they're gonna be offering kids from 13 to 18. We're starting up a small business. It could be cutting grass, shoveling snow, or helping elderly or whatever it is. They're gonna be offering $5,000 startup. And they'll be paying 2% above prime for the interest. And then they decided that was the first 5,000, then possibly up to a $10,000 startup fee that they will be borrowing out. And that was about it for that. But then I attended the CAO Reeves meeting at Different. And there was a discussion on, just wait, here. Oh, yeah, I brought up about about Chipman not participating or not signing up the fire agreement. Their explanation was that they were waiting for us to pass that $10,000 deductible.
But that doesn't go to them anyway, they gotta charge them, no?
Exactly, so they did not quite understand that. If Peter explained it to them, you get it, right, Peter? Yeah.
Also took the opportunity to reinforce that we really had no legal basis to send the bill to them there, but perhaps on a moral basis, they would say.
And what else was there, Peter? Anything else that you wanted to?
Yeah, we advised the towns and villages that each of them had already signed. So that signed and returned the extension to the ICF agreements, which is very good. As the deputy indicated, we spoke a little bit about the fire bylaw. And that council will be hearing from public on March 4th. If I'm not mistaken. We reviewed that there would be a local authorities elected official emergency management training course on November 26th. As you recall, any of you that have already been on council and taking the course would not have to repeat it, but it is recommended. Also reinforced that there will be a regional orientation for councils on October 29th, 30th. That is, all three of those dates are now in your calendar. And a fourth date that's in your calendar is a May 5th date where the consultants that are doing the work on the Regional Park Services Master Plan would present to all the councils of the 5 towns and villages in Lamont County. Each of them would take it back to their individual councils, discuss it, express any input or questions or feedback. And then we would work toward an end of June meeting to close off on that document. Well, I guess I also reinforced when asked that if the village of Andrews, if the Andrew charter school does go through, it's at that point the council would consider the requested support.
That was it.
Eric? Well, I'm on the Go East committee, but Go East hasn't really had any feature or any meetings. We get updated by Mr. Kasilovich quite often. He does a really good job of that. Alberta Tourism, or, Go East has been featured in the Alberta Tourism Insights and at the Tourism Summit that was held, earlier this month. I guess we should start maybe letting people know that we have an NPC meeting just about monthly. We had an NPC meeting on the 4th. And came up with a decision. We have another one coming March 6th. There's 3 of us that are on the committee, so we can let people know that that's also a committee we do. We attended 2 law seminars, one for RMRF and one for Brownlee.
Okay, nothing since the last meeting. I got tonight some people on 201 want to meet with me over that paperwork that was handed out earlier, and we got Friday all day with Housing Foundation strategic planning. We got an all-day meeting starting on Friday morning. And that's about her for now.
Peter, one thing that I forgot to mention was, I guess that was, Ruderheim that was asking for us to promote, Fort Saskatchewan Policing Committee that they were looking for. There was no interest in that. And then I found out right after that was, Gregor was trying to put one together. So, and my personal opinion, I don't think that it would work in our county for that. We're housed by 3 different RCMP stations. This is more or less for expansion.
If I may, Mr. Deputy Reed, I also piped up saying that the challenges and the requirements of an urban municipality may be somewhat different than those in Lamont County. And as you indicated, 3 detachments, we may have different priorities. Yes. We see the 3 detachments at least twice a year, and we speak to the RCMP hierarchy once a year. Probably covered.
Just a question on the CAOC meeting. Was there any presentation regarding the Vegreville proposal to build a recreation center?
No, just passed over.
Just passed over. No real discussion?
No.
There's an indication of some small number of municipalities, Midburn, Tofield, Riley, Chipman, who have indicated that they want to participate. They saw this coming together over the next 4 years. And the indication was that funding for this undertaking would be 30% Vegreville, 30% county, and 30% province, which of course doesn't really add up to 100, but you get the idea. Yeah. But they're still at formulation stages at times.
Hey, Christiane just handed out a summary, I guess, of the coffee talks in Chipman. Aaron, does it kind of what happened there?
Yeah, and I should have said that in my committee report, but I got it written here as 10-4 is where we're gonna talk about it, so.
And there's also one of these, Neil, on the website. There's one of these for every coffee talks on the county website. So basically, when we go to the next coffee talks, I guess maybe in 2026, you can go with some of the questions that were asked before, kind of whether they're answered or been dealt with or not, right?
Yeah.
So that looks after the coffee talks, unless you have something to add, Aaron.
Well, the only thing is on the bottom, I would have wrote there's March 20th and the time, not just the date. Just that's the only minor. Because you're gonna get phone calls, want to know what time it is.
And the only event I'll report on then is the Brownlee Municipal or Brownlee Emerging Trends in Municipal Law. I thought it was a really good session. They covered off for the most part some pretty good topics. I think Councillor Wick, Councillor Naka, myself, Christiane and Terry Langick were there. Rodney was there and Samantha was there, right? So we had good representation from municipal staff. I think I'm gonna turn the first topic, the new access to information and privacy legislation. If Christiane can just give a brief summary in 1 to 2 minutes or less.
Sure, I'll try. Thank you, Reed. So our Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act was established in 2019. And the government of Alberta decided it was time for a new one. So 2 bills were set up, 33 and 34. Those became royal assent in December 2024. The new acts will replace the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act and will be called the Access to Information Act and the Protection of Privacy Act. Both of these acts will be important for public bodies, especially the Access to Information Act will have the sections that we use for closed sessions. They will have the numbering will be different, so that will be coming out. And the main changes of the Access to Information Act will be that that access requests are now granted a longer time for the municipalities to work on. That any kind of cabinet or committee records are now confidential. That's not applying to the local government, but more to the provincial government. Records subject to solicitor, client privilege, a lawyer records, anything like that will be now kept in confidence, as well as lost my thought, sorry. The other major change is that the Protection of Privacy Act will demand from municipal governments to have a privacy management program, and you have to establish that. That's why the whole timing with the records management and establishing of a privacy management program will probably extend the time that we have initially planned a little bit.
Okay. So big plan change is coming. It's not formally law yet, but the legislature is back in session, so it should receive, what are we waiting for, royal assent?
We are waiting for the proclamation of the act.
Yeah.
Proclamation, thank you very much.
Sorry.
Which are supposed to come spring.
Okay. All right, the next topic was procurement law overview and best practices. Essentially what we discussed there was the RFP process versus the tender process. As I think I indicated earlier in the meeting, the RFP process gives you a little more latitude where you aren't necessarily at risk if you don't take the lowest tender. With an RFP, you can kind of make changes. You can negotiate with the person who submitted a bid. That's not available with the tenders. Either process, you have to abide by the not sure what laws they are, but there's a couple Alberta procurement laws that you have to abide by, which obviously is something we're going to do. If you're managing municipal lands, was that just regarding wetlands or?
No, that's about buying and selling school properties or gravel pits or that kind of stuff.
Okay, yes, obviously, I didn't really pay attention. The hiring, getting it right was an interesting session, and I think the main focus there was you sign a contract with every employee you hire, and where a lot of discrepancy comes in is when you terminate somebody. Sometimes, or most times nowadays, common law doesn't apply where you can terminate somebody, but they find a reason why it wasn't done right or whatever, and the next thing you know, they're suing you for more than what they're entitled to by common law. This getting it right is basically what the presentation was when you hire somebody and you extend them an employment contract before they even do any amount of work, like don't let them do any work, but put your termination clause inside that contract. E.g., if you work 1 year and you're terminated without just cause, you're gonna get 1 year's or 1 month's salary or whatever. Like it's not where it's open to interpretation, you're agreeing to it before you start. I thought that was a pretty good approach to use. I don't know, you got anything to add to that one, Roy or Eric?
No, they gave examples of, you know, extend, you know, giving someone a contract, have them start, but you're gonna do the paperwork at the end of the week or something. You have to have that contract written before they do any work of any kind for you.
So essentially, we never got a handout from them in regards to the slide presentations and stuff, and I don't know if that would be available or not.
They said it's available online.
I can go on.
If you could provide them, would be great. The case law update, basically, I can't remember the cases they went through. Their case law updates, right? Word law changes. The presentation on Bill 20 and what changes are coming for the upcoming election. That was pretty interesting. Our returning officer, I think, has a lot of work in front of her. The main concern I have is supposedly we're supposed to get a voters list from the province. I don't think that's arrived yet, or it has, we haven't been informed.
Sorry, the electors register will be provided in cooperation with the municipalities after March 1st. And after May 1st, I think we will get the amended version that we can use to prepare our ballots. That's the only thing. We cannot publish this register. It is confidential and is only meant for preparing the election.
So is it gonna be a list of all the electors of Lamont County on one list, or is it gonna be segregated? It's not gonna be segregated, is it?
No, it's all one list and it's meant so everybody can get out, can vote and is registered as they come to the voting stations.
But are you gonna have to segregate that into the 5 separate divisions?
Yes.
It will be. Okay. And then there's some comment about it, you can vote now as an absentee ballot or something, you don't have to be there.
That requires council.
Approval.
Resolution.
Right, we have to do a bylaw in order for that to be effective. I guess we're only one of 2 municipalities that passed the bylaw that you need a criminal check.
Yes.
I think there's more. I heard there's only 2.
We don't know if you know the same.
All right. Okay. Yeah, and then they had the bear pit. So basic question as to what happened throughout the day, but yeah, if you could get that slide deck or whatever you call it, it would be greatly appreciated. And I think if we could forward that slide deck to Human Resources, to Russ downstairs, so that he could take a look at that, getting it right while you're hiring, just so that he has some information on how to set up those contracts and stuff. The 10 separate committee reports on the agenda here. How do you want to you want a resolution to accept all of these, Christiane?
Yes, I have enlarged it. I might have forgotten something. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, we're gonna let Councillor Wick do this one.
Make a motion that Lamont County Council accept the committee report from Councilor Roy Naka on the Beaver Hills Biosphere meeting and Andrew Rural Academy upcoming meeting. Deputy Reeve Daniel Warwa's report on the Community Futures meeting and the CAO Reeves meeting in Chipman. Councilor Wick's report on upcoming MPC meetings, RMRF and Brownlee Law Seminars. Councilor Neil White's report on the Housing Foundation meeting. Dave the Duke's report on talks in Chipman and the municipal law seminars as information.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Okay, item 10.1. Bless me.
Item 10.1, the municipal planning commission minutes.
Pretty straightforward. Looks like the commission declined the last application they had. Any idea, are they going to develop the Gilbert?
We're not sure yet. We haven't heard any definite. Our next meeting is March 6th, so that we'll know what, if there's been any action from our refusal of this.
Okay, any other questions? Not, I'll accept a motion to accept the unapproved minutes as information.
I move that the Lamont County Council approve the Municipal Planning Commission February 4th, 2025 unapproved minutes as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. The media update regarding the Lamont County Agricultural Service Board ASB meeting, February 12th.
Mr. Reed, we thought this was more informative than the minutes and more easily consumed, so we provided this for public disclosure.
And this appears on our website.
Yes, it does.
Pretty transparent. Any questions?
Nope, Jay is telling me it does not appear on our website. This was sent to the media. I imagine it could appear.
Yeah, it's good if they had any questions that wanted to follow up.
This will be appended to the agenda, given that you're receiving it.
If there's no questions, I will entertain a motion to accept this information. I can do that. The Lamont County Council accept the February 12th, 2025 media update on the Agricultural Service Board meeting as information. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yep, good. 5-0. And we did the committee report. Sorry, did it backwards. Yeah.
It works.
Number 11, correspondence.
Mr. Reed, we have, what is it, 8 correspondence items? We start on page 148, where we reflect a letter that went to Minister McIver on January 24th. And second attachment, or is it also attachment number 1, is a letter in response from Minister McIver to the letter, where he's thanking us for the letter on the potential impacts on the municipalities. The Ministry of Energy and Minerals is coordinating work with the mature asset strategy with input from relevant departments of government. Municipal affairs is one of the departments that's being involved. And we've got 3 municipalities who are representing counties on this committee, namely Cypress, Settler, and Municipal District of Provost. I know the representative from Cypress County quite well. We will be well represented, and if necessary, I might be able to bend his ear. To date, the work has focused on identifying issues. This is going to be a long-term process, not a quick one. And while it's not directly related to municipal affairs, he's aware of the concerns and will be ensuring our priorities are being addressed. Attachment number 2 is a letter from, again, Minister McIver to the REIV as well as to the library board. And it's inviting municipalities or library boards to provide submissions for the 2025 Ministers Awards for Municipal and Public Library Excellence. It's called MAMPL. So there are categories listed below: building economic strength, enhancing community engagement, livability, partnership, red tape reduction, public library services under 10,000, public library services over 10,000. Deadline is March 31st. Yeah, correspondence item number 3 is our somewhat regular newsletter, call it for lack of a better name for it, from our MLA and the Honorable Jackie Homnick. He speaks to the 3rd anniversary of the Russian invasion to Iraq. It's more than 2 years, it's 3. She attended an event last night. She was there speaking. She speaks also to the Alberta Agricultural Hall of Fame on the 2nd page, which is accepting nominations until May 2nd, honoring individuals who have made significant contributions to the agriculture and food industry. On item number 4, on page 156, an opportunity to register for the next engagement session dealing with, this is refocusing the healthcare system. I believe there was a session today that conflicted with our council. This is another session, which is on March 7th. Item number 11.5 on page 157 is a letter from CN to Lamont County, along with their partner Operation West Saver, and they are pleased to close a rail safety ambassador. I guess we've shown that safety is a core value, and we've worked with them to achieve this recognition. Item 11.6 is from RMA. It's an item that the representative from RMA referenced over lunch a couple of weeks ago, where they're partnering with Alberta communities to develop a campaign to raise awareness of potential candidates for Alberta's at large. For Albertans at large for the benefits of serving on municipal councils. In the middle, you'll see that there's a website called Running for Municipal Office webpage. And if I'm not mistaken, yes, RMA is requesting that council members complete this brief survey. If you are interested, when I think if you click on that in your agenda package, it will open. If it doesn't, then Ms. Lamont can provide the specific address. Then there's another item on page 161. This is something that came to us, but in the fullness of time, I recognize that it does not really apply to us directly. However, we have a letter from Minister Mike Ellis on page 162 that in essence indicates that there needs to be a one policing approach, and it speaks to the potential for community peace officers to operate with or under the jurisdiction of police in the war on fentanyl. Back on page 161, you'll say that at this time the direction only applies to municipalities with municipal police service agreements, MPSAs. This is typically municipalities of greater than 5,000 population. We are not an MPSA. However, we left it in the package just for the perspective of ensuring council is aware of this. And so again, I believe that this is a matter where Canada is trying to show within and beyond Canada that we're serious about a fentanyl crisis. Last item, and this is probably one that would require a specific motion, is a request from the Elk Island Wild minor hockey, where they're looking for sponsorship. They have 96 athletes this year. Monetary donation would help go towards their awards night. They propose some options, 100, 500, 1,000, 1,500, as I usually try to do. I have been able to identify that we provided sponsorship in 2023 of $300. And they applied and were awarded a community grant of $2,500 in 2024. So I would suggest that they apply for the 2024 community grant that was launched today by Ms. Rendero. As normal, council may consider whether they wish to provide a sponsorship as well. And it's again in 2023, a sponsorship of $300 was provided. And I just should mention verbally that today we were notified of the resignation of the Minister of Infrastructure. And I'm opening it up to make sure Peter Guthrie, just to make sure I don't say the wrong thing. It seems to indicate that he is concerned about allegations of impropriety as it relates to procurement. Seems to be a result of what's happening with AIF, with ARL services, and for that reason, he has resigned his position as a Minister of Infrastructure. So that's just that's a walk on, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, if we want some more news, the Newfoundland Premier Andrew Fury steps down, citing challenge of dealing with Donald Trump. What premier is a casualty? Okay, just going back to page 157. Sorry, 155. Should we maybe forward that to the ASB board for a decision regarding if there's someone for the Alberta Agricultural Hall of Fame honors? It's on 155 Peter.
Looking for the date.
Has to be in the executive in our next meeting. It's a March. And I think the only other actionable one is the request from Elk Island Wild Minor Hockey. Council thought on that one.
We did last year.
Well, we did get 2,500, 2,400 also. We gave 300.
Yeah, we just gave them grant.
We gave 2,400 now.
Well, we didn't give.
Yeah, we gave 300 and they gave 400 and then they got a grant. We didn't give,
But from us, wasn't it? No, they give, it was a grant.
So
what was that?
Just to make sure everybody understands the clarity. We provided sponsorship of $300 in 2023. No sponsorship in 2024. They received $2,500 as part of the community services grant.
From us,
Months.
and they're applying for it again.
I presume they will apply again.
I thought it was for community halls.
Council approved it, therefore. It's,
Yeah.
This is for sponsorship. I said give them $500.
We gave 3 last year.
300.
Yeah.
23.
And they're at this, well, they're their sheet is asking either 100, 300, or 100, 500, 1,000, or 1,500. Bottom end of the line.
Within council discretion to choose whatever number it wants, if you want to choose one of those that they propose.
If they apply for a grant, you can just deduct it. Put the motion on the table. Counselor West, forward. Yeah, $500. I can make the motion, go on.
This is a sponsorship, it's not a grant.
Yeah, great.
Two different things, right?
Lamont County Council donate $500 to Bell County Wild Minor Hockey. Is there something, their wind up or whatever?
Yeah.
They're at there.
All this.
Okay, motion's on the table, questions or concerns? See none, all those in favor? Yeah. 5-0, passed.
Was there awards tonight? Is that, do we put that in here?
Mr. Reed, do you want to formally refer the other matter to Ag Service Board?
Sure. They make the motion, but I can't read that.
That is good.
It's okay. We a little more ink on that screen.
You could say, I so move.
We'll get one of the councilors to read it, either Roy or Aaron.
That the Lamont County Council revert the correspondence.
Yeah.
The correspondence from the Honorable Jackie. Update February 18, 2025 to the Agricultural Service Board.
Okay, let me read. Questions or concerns? See none, all those in favor? Yeah. Carried 5-0. I can do this one, that Lamont County Council accept all other correspondence as information. Questions or concerns? See none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Item number 12, the events meeting calendar.
Mr. Reed, it's quite self-explanatory. We've got the public meeting on March 4th regarding the fire building. We've got a regular council meeting on 11th, and although it's not in March, what normally would have been the March 25th council meeting based on a resolution of council being on the 1st. You've got your ad service board on the somewhat regularly scheduled Heartland meeting on the 14th for the week. And then the RMA spring convention on the 17th, 18th of March. Please ensure if it is your desire to attend any of the elected officials' education programs that you devise in this couple of years. And then the coffee talks is on the 20th. We will be hosting in St. Michael. I will let you know the time it is. I think it's a daytime meeting, if I'm not mistaken.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Okay. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, motion to accept the calendar as information.
I'll make a motion that the Lamont County Council accept the March calendar 2025 as information.
Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0. And we will adjourn the meeting at 4:41.